tightened immigration policies. This is AP News. Fans are going wild for visiting World Cup teams in base camp cities across the country.
As World Cup teams establish training bases across the U.S., communities far from the tournament's host cities are embracing the international spotlight. You can hear Germany training here in Winston-Salem. It's inspired fandom along with German-themed menus in the North Carolina city where cobblestone streets and tobacco warehouses share space with German flags and TV crews. Spain, among the favorites to win the tournament, set up camp at a boarding school on the Tennessee River in Chattanooga. 25,000 people entered a lottery to watch the team practice. Iraq is training in a mountain resort town in West Virginia with fewer than 3,000 residents. The scenes illustrate how the World Cup's influence now extends well beyond the stadiums where matches are played. I'm Julie Walker.
I'm Ed Donahue, AP News.
You're listening to Mornings with Patti, where the conversation belongs to everyone.
Hafa de Guam. This is Josh Wisnett from the National Weather Service with your Tuesday morning, June 16 forecast. Mostly isolated showers are expected today, with island heat possibly bringing showers to western Guam this afternoon. Winds will be mostly around 10 to 15 miles per hour, so those showers will likely get pushed offshore. Shower coverage may increase tonight to scattered. Combined seas of around 3 feet will continue today as an east swell moves in and seas build the rest of the week to around 5 feet. A low risk of rip currents along all reefs is expected through tonight, and this may increase to moderate along east and north facing reefs starting on Wednesday as that east swell builds in. For the latest forecasts from us here at the National Weather Service, visit us at weather.gov/GUM or dial 211. Hope everyone has a great day.
The road to Adelup is in full swing. We recently spoke with Democrat candidates Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio and Senator Tina Munia Barnes to learn more about their vision for Guam. Catch the full conversation that took place on May 26th on the Wave 105's YouTube channel. This is a glimpses of Guam radio station.
Guam. Good morning, guys, and welcome back. It's Mornings with Patti on the Wave 105 FM. It's 4 minutes after 6 o'clock on a Tuesday, June 16th. Streaming online at thewave105.com as well as our YouTube channel. That's Wave 105.1 FM Guam. And the show this morning is being brought to you by our friends at Subway. Eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at subwaypacific.com for pickup at your convenience or for delivery right at your doorstep. Online ordering at subwaypacific.com. It's powered by Good to Go. We deliver at Subway. You gotta refresh to be fresh. Bank Pacific. Where others place branches, we place roots. Visit bankpacific.com today. GTA, we start with you. Mobile gas stations. Turn every fuel stop into rewards with Mobile Smiles. Download the app today for exclusive offers and faster rewards at the pump. Mobile Smiles, fuel up and save. Take Care Insurance Company, our island, your health plan. Triple J Auto Group. Right now at Triple J Ford, get a free $500 gas card when you drive home with a new Ford truck. Visit triplejguam.com and get pre-approved instantly. The Agana Shopping Center. Shop, dine, and relax at the Agana Shopping Center, your destination for food, fun, and local favorites all year long. Patch Tinting and Detailing for all your special interior cleaning. Call 671-483-7522. Code 1 Store is your tactical shop for public safety and everyday gear, serving Guam since 1999. Shop 511 Tactical and Condor Outdoor Plus Steel Toe Footwear. Stop by Code 1 Store today. And Chili's Grill and Bar. At Chili's, more life, great food, and memories happen here. The Wave studio lines are at 671-922-1051 or 1052.
Half a day. This is Luella Lucinio, host of Pinas de Guam. Together with the Filipino community of Guam and Wave 105.1, we proudly celebrate Philippine Independence Month with the theme Kalayaan, Kinabukasan, Kasaysayan, Freedom, Future, History. From Guam to the Philippines, we honor our shared history, celebrate our freedom, and build our future together. Mabuhay ang Pilipinas at Guam!
When a warrior faces adversity, he fights through it. He finds a way. Freedom isn't free. Rolling strong. Belief. Believe you can, and you will.
Wheelchairs for Warriors provides mobility solutions to veterans and first responders injured in the line of duty. Join the mission and visit wheelchairsforwarriors.org.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the show hosts, guests, and callers, and do not necessarily reflect the views of the staff or management of Wave 105.1 FM, Glimpses Media, or our partners. We strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, and we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105.1 FM. Enjoy the show.
More than radio, it's Guam's group chat, Wave 105. Join the conversation. Glimpses Media.
Celebrating America's 250th birthday. He grew up in poverty and never attended high school or college, but Abraham Lincoln became one of our greatest presidents, keeping our nation whole after the Civil War, even after 11 southern states tried to secede from the Union.
7 years ago, our fathers brought forth on this continent a new nation, conceived in liberty and dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal.
He persuaded Congress to pass the amendment that abolished slavery, and he delivered one of the most important speeches in the history of our nation, the Gettysburg Address, honoring our fallen soldiers and advocating for equality and our democratic government.
We here highly resolve that these dead shall not have died in vain, and that this nation, under God, shall have a new birth of freedom, and that government of the people, by the people, and for the people shall not perish from the earth.
Eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at SubwayPacific.com for pickup or delivery. Online ordering at SubwayPacific.com is powered by Good to Go. We deliver. At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh.
Close your eyes and open your senses. The all-new 2026 Mazda CX-5 is here from $29,995 or $198 per paycheck for qualified buyers. Triple J Mazda.
Pick up package at the post office? Check. Drop off dry cleaning? Check. Gas up? Check. Pick up online order at Subway? Check.
You value your time and efficiency. So when you order at SubwayPacific.com, Subway makes sure your sub, salad, or wrap is ready for you. With just a few taps on your phone on SubwayPacific.com, your food will be ready to pick up at your convenience or delivered via Good to Go. Either way, when you order online at SubwayPacific.com, you can do your thing while Subway gets your meal fresh and ready for you. At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh.
Guam is building the future, and the right conversations start here. SAME Guam Post invites you to the 2026 Industry Forum happening July 28 through 30 at the Dusitani Resort. Join military, government, and industry leaders as they come together to discuss Guam's future in infrastructure, resilience, and regional growth. This premier event connects you to Guam's next generation of infrastructure. Registration is open. Visit GuamIndustryForum.com. The 2026 SAME Industry Forum, delivering Indo-Pacific readiness.
My name is Erica, and my son Kason is a patient at Shriners Children. My oldest called me and said Kason got burned. The trauma doctor came in and said he needs to go to Shriners.
His injury was a big injury, and I think a testament to the care that we provide. He's fully functional. He's riding his dirt bike, doing all of the things that you would want him to do.
We're just so thankful that Kason is still here. Go online right now to loveshriners.org.
Do you hear that? And that? And that? Those are the sounds of a healthy and vibrant community. And to this United Way volunteer, nothing sounds better. They're the sounds of children being given greater chances to succeed in school. The sounds of neighbors receiving the support needed to overcome challenges, both big and small. They're the sounds of families gaining access to quality health care and nutritious food for their tables. And they're the sounds of members of our community who've benefited from United Way's financial education programs. See, wherever there's a need in our communities, there's a United Way. People working together to respond and growing the good for everyone. United is the way. So join us by getting involved or giving back. Learn more at unitedway.org.
My name is Emma. I am 13 years old. 6 years ago, I was injured in a car accident that left me paralyzed from the waist down. Once I completed rehab, my mom applied for a Canine Companion service dog. Last January, I finally got to meet my service dog, Marcia. We quickly developed a very strong bond. Together, we go to my horseback riding lessons, school band practice, swim meets, and archery classes. Together, we pick vegetables, and we like to cut flowers. I love Marcia. She makes me feel like together we can do anything. I can't imagine life without her. She's a part of the family. We are just one of the thousands of teams Canine Companions has paired together over the past 50 years. With your help, we can continue for another 50. Visit canine.org to see the many ways you can change lives.
I can tell that we are gonna be friends.
Real talent is defined by what people can do, not where they learn to do it. So by stopping at the education section of a resume, you might throw away the perfect hire. Skills First Hiring helps you see talent others miss, like more than 70 million stars, skilled through alternative routes. Let their story unfold and gain a competitive advantage, because hiring managers who start with skills are 60% more likely to find a successful hire. Hire skills first. Learn why at tearthepaperceiling.org. Brought to you by Opportunity at Work and the Ad Council.
We are all for first-time guests and longtime friends. All for First Light and Starlight. For road trips and trail runs. All for mountaintops and monuments, river bends and battlefields. We're all for showing up and giving back. To protect, to preserve, to pass it on. All parks depend on us, and we're all for parks. Join us at nationalparks.org/allforparks.
Hi, human. I'm a micro monster swimming around in your plastic water bottle. But I can't wait to swim in your bloodstream soon.
Microplastics are micro monsters.
Drink me. Wait, what are you doing?
But you can fight back by using glass or metal reusable water bottles.
No!
Don't let microplastic micro monsters invade your body. Find more ways to fight back at stopmicromonsters.org.
The road to Adelup is here, and this time we spoke with Democrat candidates, Senator Toriz Terlahi and Senator Sabina Perez. Here is your opportunity to hear how they plan to govern Guam. Watch the conversation on Wave 105's YouTube channel, dated May 28th. This is a Glimpses of Guam radio station.
Raise your eyes to the sky for a symbol of national pride that actually started out as a controversial high school homework assignment. Welcome to the National Day Spotlight for June 16th.
As we wave our banners for National Flag Week, the design of our current 50-star American flag features a brilliant origin story born from a classroom critique. In 1958, a 17-year-old Ohio high school student named Bob Heft anticipated the statehood of Alaska and Hawaii. For a history class project, he spent 12 hours meticulously cutting and stitching a new grid pattern for the 50 stars. His teacher handed the project back with a deflating B- grade, telling him the design lacked creativity. However, Heft boldly sent his prototype directly to the White House, where President Eisenhower personally selected it out of thousands of entries to become our official national banner. This week, display Old Glory outside your home with pride, and never let a critic downsize your biggest ideas. It might be worth extra credit.
You know, I'm betting some of the kids in that class got A's. And what they did doesn't have the standing power that the flag has.
Yeah, it's interesting that teacher gave it a B- grade.
We are also celebrating World Sea Turtle Day and National Fudge Day. I'm Alice Anderson.
And I'm Marlo Anderson with National Day Calendar, reminding you to celebrate every day.
If you're looking for world-class website hosting at a fair price,
Pair Networks is your best choice. Founded in the early days of the web and still going strong today, Pair Networks now hosts over 150,000 websites for its demanding customers worldwide. Setting the standards for excellence, Pair Networks has a technical and support staff that's second to none. A highly stable company with top-of-the-line technology, Pair Networks offers total reliability and flexibility for your website, and even a money-back guarantee. Whether you're a professional web designer or a beginner just getting your site online, Pair Networks has a web hosting plan that's right for you. Make the move today. Log on and learn more at pair.com. That's PAIR.com. Pair Networks. World-class web hosting at a fair price. Visit us at pair.com. Pair Networks.
Wave 105, the talk of Guam. Real voices, real stories, right here at home.
105.1 The Wave is the talk of Guam.
You ready? Who's ready for some of that good love? Count me out.
And you've got it tuned in to Mornings with Patti.
The mountain counts down. 1, 2, good love.
You got to.
You
That's
got
how we
to.
do.
He
That's
said,
how
come
we're
on.
rolling. Yes,
Every
ma'am.
morning he says, come on. And we are sitting here just waiting for those words to come out. Welcome to the program. It is 6:17 in the morning. I'm really going to sort of change from or pivot from this sort of happy news. This happy feeling that we have every morning when we start the show, because I had learned very early this morning, just around 4 o'clock in the morning, that the beloved GPD chief, Steve Ignacio, passed away early today. And it really, I hate looking at things like this, but the reality of the situation is that these things do happen. And unfortunately, it happened to a really great guy. I've had a great relationship with the police chief. Dice has well. Every time he's been on the radio, he's always been very generous, always very kind, always very professional. I think that it's a great loss for the Guam Police Department. Josh Tenorio, the acting governor of Guam, joins us on the line this morning. Hey, Josh, how are you? Good morning, sir.
And it is a big loss for the people of Guam, for sure.
Yeah,
it is.
Yeah.
It was such deep sympathy that, Patti, that I join you in just surprising the people of Guam that we did lose Steve, and 4 months after his wife Betty Jean was lost. To be honest with you, it is a big toll on his family. He has some awesome children. His daughters Nani, Stephanie, and his son Stephen, who are all with him. He did leave the island not too long ago to get a medical procedure. He was in very good spirits, and honestly, we thought that things were looking pretty good yesterday. But God makes His own plans for all of us, and I could just say that, just like you, I've known Steve for a long time. He has been a very, very stable and calming leader in the Guam Police Department, and has managed the stability and growth of that agency over our entire term of office, and it is a big loss.
A huge loss, because he was like I said, he was kind, and his character was just, he did everything so gracefully. And he did it always for the people of Guam. There's no question about that. He, at one time, a couple of crime scenes where it was really high-profile cases that were coming down and breaking news all over the place, he took the time to call me, even when one of them was on the weekend. And he took the time to call me to sort of report what was happening on the scene for the benefit of people who may be watching or that I may be reaching out to on social media. And I thought that was very conscious of him. In the police department, we talk about, trust and character, and we talk about integrity, which is for some people a very difficult thing to achieve, is being known for having integrity. And he certainly was one of those guys.
Absolutely. He was very strong, and when I mentioned calming, very reassuring, just like you mentioned, at some of the high-profile situations, including the big memory I have is when there was the murder of a Japanese tourist near Gun Beach.
Yeah.
There was a very, very effective effort across law enforcement to apprehend the suspects. They were prosecuted and convicted, but he was at every step. He understood how to message calm, but also confidence that he was going to be able to apprehend that suspect with the excellent officers, and he did. And this continued throughout his time as chief. And, of course, he is a career police officer. I met him, almost 30 years ago, 28 years ago, and he was already an effective operator, somebody that cared about all of the men and women that both civilian and uniform in Guam Police Department, and someone that was a very loving father and a devoted husband. He was a family man. He grew up in Malesu. He lived in Barragata. He leaves behind a very big extended family, but certainly a lot of the people of Guam considered him part of their homes because he was always so effective and really such a good guy.
You know, sometimes I can be pretty hard on police when it comes to news and things that they're reluctant to talk about. And I think I gave him a real hard pass because he's always been genuine and because he's always been responsive and respectful. I had reached out to him a couple times and he wasn't answering me, and I would drop these little hints and things, and then finally responded. He said, I'm mourning the loss of my wife," which, I mean, I got a big lump in my throat because he wasn't the guy that blended any of that into what it is he was doing. And he was sick as well, but he was always very gracious about trying to, if not respond, find somebody who could get on the air just to satisfy, the job that we have in media. So a lot of people in the media today, John Ryan just issued your statement and the governor's statement, and he's getting they're getting some responses from the media who are just, one of them says, most sincere condolences. He was definitely a real one, every word true, just genuinely a great human. I'll miss him. And that comes from Joe at the PDN. So now, you have career standbys that are also always great for this smooth transition, with Joe Carbolito now coming in to act as acting. He's a commander currently. And so you've had to fill a couple of places because of the loss of.
Right. And, it's first of all, Guam Police Department has such a very strong and committed command staff. The command structure, it's a paramilitary organization. They understand what their roles and responsibilities are. They will be in a state of mourning until we bury Chief Steve. And I'm ordering flags at half-mast in honor of his service to the people of Guam. And to join the police department in this morning. But I'm very confident in the ability of Colonel Carbolito and his entire command staff. He has been, as you know, doing a great job taking on a different role up until just yesterday as the acting director of corrections, a role that he has done before. Major Andrew Kittigwa, who is a longtime and excellent police leader, is the acting director over at corrections since yesterday. So I would say that there's definitely stability and some excellent public servants that are at the helm. But we will continue to strive for the best in Guam Police Department, and I don't have any doubt that that kind of work will continue.
That's always good to know that everything is going to be moving rapidly to make sure that we have the continuity. I want to pivot, sir, if you don't mind. I was reading a statement that came from your running mate and Senator Tina Munya Barnes in response to this controversial contract for AI in the legislature. Do you share her same views?
Well, I will have to read her statement. I didn't read it yet, but of course, I imagine I would. What was her statement?
Well, she's certainly having a hard time buying just the explanation and the explanation of this. Is it trust or TRST? How does that?
Well, I have been hearing from senators that I've been running into at public events. There was a big one on Saturday night with the FCG, and I've been hearing, some of the conversations. This is within the legislative branch. They're going to have to take a look at it. But I think it's pretty amazing that they would have such a large contract without consulting with the other members. I read Senator Barnett's statement on it. Here's the thing. Senator Titagui just convened an AI task force, and she has been, being supported by our executive branch, meaning that across the private sector to take a look at how effective and how we need to navigate the realities of AI. But I think given the big mistake that AI caused in a very important Supreme Court case, and it just kind of reminds us we need to have our eyes open and proceed with caution on AI in this government.
Absolutely. I mean, not only in this government, but all facets of life, AI is really taken over and replaced.
Social media.
Media.
All over the place.
Something that spurs, the Pope Leo to write an encyclical about AI and the dangers of of humanitarian concerns that we also leave people without jobs. There's an interesting part of that concept is that not only is it erroneously being used in court situations as it was with Attorney Phillips, but people lose their jobs, and there's a humanitarian factor to this that the Pope included in his encyclical that is a danger to humanity, which is kind of just some scary words. Go ahead.
I think the legislature should, one thing that I was wondering is I really do think that, if they were going to proceed, they need to engage the chairwoman of the AIA task force to, kind of have some input on it.
Yeah. The governor is off island. Is she gone away for business this time?
The governor is still in flight. She is heading to Washington, D.C. As you might recall, there is an engagement with the U.S. Senate. With the U.S. House. There is a hearing that is going to occur on the territories. She will have a large number of engagements with a bunch of the federal partners, including those over at the Department of War, and continue to push our agenda, which is, moving towards the federal agency engagement to discuss our infrastructure needs and bring up some big issues. PARS is one of them for sure. Getting Guam's inclusion, including Guam's cancer patients and people included in the compensation package for the PARS program, and pushing the inclusion of the Philippines in the Guam CNMI visa waiver, among countless others.
And then again, another pivot. I wanted to hit on the hearing that brought Esther Agagi to the table yesterday. First of all, I have to ask who's in charge. Who is in charge of Guam Homeland Security and Civil Defense?
Right now, Esther Agagi is the lead government official in charge of those agencies. The technical question was, who is the administrator of civil defense, and that is the technical question of the administrator. I think there's a civil service case issue about that, but the authority and how everything is being run, the governor is relying and has assigned Esther to be the lead, which is why she appeared at the hearing.
She was speaking for. So I guess the question, I think
I think the legal issue is she cannot be technically designated as the classified head of civil defense with the civil service case with Mr. Esteves. But the line of authority and the principal official that's currently in charge of making sure that our island is prepared for any disaster, man-made or natural, is Esther.
Okay, and so the question, which is gracing the headlines on both the papers this morning, that we are under some restrictions by FEMA. Can you give me the timeline of what area of time that they're talking about? Was this before your current administration? Was it the administration under Ed Calvo that there were issues that came up?
Well, the first issues, yes, preceded our coming into office, and I think it's indicative of some systemic issues. The auditor kind of pointed that out in his audit, where the government of Guam was relying almost completely on federal funds to operate the Office of Civil Defense. And the staff at the time were utilizing grant funds between programs and almost, the way I observe it, almost like a lump sum budget when the federal funds has to be programmatic. And since then, they've had to go into a working relationship with FEMA to assign all of and sort out all of those different costs, which snowballed over time, to be able to operate. And then they have an extensive work plan, which is almost like an order of instructions that they have to do at the same time while stabilizing and getting the best professional staff to meet the expectations of our people.
But they haven't found any additional deficiencies or anything since we have gone through FEMA issues having to do with Maywar and now currently Sinlaku.
Right, that's correct.
Okay,
that's correct.
So the story right now feels like it's less about whether Guam is receiving FEMA money and more about whether Guam can demonstrate accountability and the documentation in order to regain FEMA's trust after years of their audit findings.
Yeah, I think that to basically regain the normal posture of operations, and part of it too is don't forget that a lot of the players at FEMA are rapidly changing because they got hit with a whole bunch of staff changes. So a lot of the people that have been assigned to work with Guam have been changed out. The one constant guy that's been there, which is a good thing, has been Bob Fenton. And he continues to have a very high opinion of the working relationship he has with Gov Guam.
Okay, so we're not spoiled. Our relationship with FEMA is not spoiled. That there is action being taken, and there is a plan, and so what's going to happen now with people who are filing for Sinlaku? It's just not going to come as fast as it might normally.
No, well, for Sinlaku, I think the issue is that the level of damage is not as great as we see up north, right? And really the big things for Sinlaku is working with the federal agencies to splice apart and assign different parts to it. For example, Federal Highway Administration is already going to repave from Docomo all the way down past Adelut, right? Because of the storm surge. We're trying to work with them and build a case for further down the road into the port. But, we have to work with Army Corps and Department of War and them to figure out about, the sinkhole that we have over at East Agania. We have a retaining wall that needs to, not a retaining wall, but a seawall that's going to be embedded and piled down on the East Agania where we have that sinkhole. And so part of it is just, figuring out which federal authority has the authority and the money to pay for those parts. And then, we work with GPA to try and get them reimbursed for a lot of the emergency work. Don't forget, FEMA during Sinlaku had to prioritize and instruct their folks in their system to reimburse pending ones from from Mawar that were pending because, there's not enough staff to process. And so there's also a burden that FEMA's trying to wiggle through as they reinvent themselves concurrently to responding to disasters. And if you read national news, a lot of the governors of the states and territories have a high level of frustration because the amount of aid to North Carolina, to California, elsewhere in Hawaii have been delayed because of the instability of the FEMA leadership during the first part of this Trump administration.
Again, last pivot, promise, that their Prutehi Guahan is really putting on the pressure to cancel the programmatic agreement. And they've always been critical of the military buildup in specific projects and programs. This time, they're coming and asking for the government of Guam to just get out altogether. How are you responding, and is this additional pressure?
Well, first of all, the question that the letter that we received is to stop the draft programmatic agreement from being approved and requesting for more consultation. So I just read, actually, one of the good things that they did was Val Luggan, who I really admire and respect for many years, has done a technical analysis of the draft programmatic agreement, and I'm just immersing myself in it right now. Okay. There are a whole bunch of valid concerns I feel that can be addressed. There have been also some concerns that other sectors of Guam have raised about, guaranteed access to sites of interest, documenting, cultural resources that are being removed or would have been removed. Consulting public advocacy groups, indigenous rights organizations, our own Department of Chamorro Affairs when they're dealing with burials and sites. So I would say that the programmatic agreement in its current form for sure is not ready for agreement. Do I think we need to have a programmatic agreement? I think we should, because we should have a structured way that can be referenced when we're dealing with the Department of War and all of the different services that are happening here. And I also feel that it's a good way to leverage resources from them to empower our repository and our own local folks that are responsible with conservation and protection to be able to manage our own resources. And so I think that there's some validity. I'm really reviewing and reading everything that they sent to us. They sent us 4 attachments. There is a big concern that they've had about the method of public outreach and community meetings that the SHPO has engaged in, but I'm confident that we'll be able to, get the community to address their concerns. I'm going to ask for a list of all of the various comments they submitted over these last few months they've been referencing. I have not seen that yet, and Carlotta will be our lead to navigate through all of this.
I'll call her next then. Because she's very good at these things. Lieutenant Governor, I just did receive. I guess she's in the air, and you said that she's
in the air. She can communicate, but she can't speak. You know how that is. Okay. You're not you can WhatsApp.
Well, she just said to me. I told her that you were on the air with me because she was apologizing for not having been able to get on the air because she's on a plane. But she did say this from a personal note. Steve was very dear to me. He was one of my most competent cabinet members, always there to serve and protect, and he was only 57 years old. That's painful to see, but he will be greatly missed. But he has built the foundation for, this Guam Police Department, as not only dealing with the issues that to serve and protect on Guam, but the forces that come from the federal government and the decisions that are being made at the White House and in Congress about how we handle local police departments. The ability to be able to survive the criticism that they have over all of local government's handling of police affairs. We can't take our cue from them. That's for sure. Guam is a whole nother animal when it comes to protecting and serving its people because these people in charge actually live here.
Right.
Yeah.
Very true.
I appreciate this. Acting Governor Josh Tenorio, I will be calling Carlotta here in a few minutes, but I do appreciate you putting up with my pivots. Thank you so much.
No problem. And, to the people of Guam, have a great week. I know that there are a lot of challenges. Steve Detz reminds us that many times we're not in control of what happens to us in the end, but that doesn't mean that we shouldn't continue to live. And I know that for the men and women of the Guam Police Department, both uniform and non-uniform, it is a big loss. He has been a part of that department for more than 30 years, and he leaves behind so much more than just acquaintances and colleagues at work. He leaves behind a big, big family at the Guam Police Department and throughout the government of Guam.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
It's my pleasure. 6:40 in the morning, we are talking about Police Chief Steve Ignacio, who passed away very early this morning at the age of 57. 20 now before 6. Another interview coming up after this. We'll be right back.
Adelup is in full swing. We recently spoke with Democrat candidates Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio and Senator Tina Munilla Barnes to learn more about their vision for Guam. Catch the full conversation that took place on May 26th on the Wave 105's YouTube channel. This is a glimpses of Guam radio station.
Half a day. This is Luella Lucinio, host of Pinas de Guam. Together with the Filipino community of Guam and Wave 105.1, we proudly celebrate Philippine Independence Month with the theme Kalayaan, Kinabukasan, Kasaysayan, Freedom, Future, History. From Guam to the Philippines, we honor our shared history, celebrate our freedom, and build our future together. Mabuhay ang Pilipinas at Guam!
When a warrior faces adversity, he fights through it. He finds a way. Freedom isn't free. Rolling strong. Belief. Believe you can, and you will.
Wheelchairs for Warriors provides mobility solutions to veterans and first responders injured in the line of duty. Join the mission and visit wheelchairsforwarriors.org.
Off today, Guam. Good morning, guys, and welcome back. 6:42 on a Tuesday morning. We're going to go ahead and hit the streets right now. This will be your first look at your traffic report, brought to you by our friends at Guam Auto Spot. Schedule a test drive. Give us a call at 478-AUTO or check out our inventory, which is available on our website. That is GuamAutospot.com. All right, friends, let's see what we got this morning. For those coming around the northern end of the island, traffic is light this morning along Route 1, flowing from Jigo into Dedito. Traffic is moving nicely through Machechi Road as well as Bell Road this morning. Route 16 is just as light, as well as our friends getting up and around Harmon. The Micronesia Mall, that's going to be in Dedito, Upper Tumon, or working your way around Tamuning this morning. That will be done with ease. Mongmong Totu Mighty is looking really great right now. For our friends hopping onto Route 10, that's going to be in both Barrigada as well as Manilao this morning, coming around Chalampago, Ordot, or getting around Sinahanya. We have no delays there. Let's just continue to keep our eyes on the roads. Make sure you're not texting and driving. And remember, folks, seatbelts are sexy. It is your traffic report here on the Wave 105 FM. It's all being brought to you by Guam Auto Spot and mobile gas stations.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the show hosts, guests, and callers, and do not necessarily reflect the views of the staff or management of Wave 105.1 FM, Glimpses Media, or our partners. We strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, and we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105.1 FM. Enjoy the show.
Celebrating America's 250th birthday. He grew up in poverty and never attended high school or college, but Abraham Lincoln became one of our greatest presidents, keeping our nation whole after the Civil War, even after 11 southern states tried to secede from the Union.
77 years ago, our fathers brought forth on this continent a new nation, conceived in liberty and dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal.
He persuaded Congress to pass the amendment that abolished slavery, and he delivered one of the most important speeches in the history of our nation, the Gettysburg Address, honoring our fallen soldiers and advocating for equality and our democratic government.
We here highly resolve that these dead shall not have died in vain, and that this nation, under God, shall have a new birth of freedom, and that government of the people, by the people, and for the people shall not perish from the earth.
Eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at SubwayPacific.com for pickup or delivery. Online ordering at SubwayPacific.com is powered by Good to Go. We deliver. At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh.
Close your eyes and open your senses. The all-new 2026 Mazda CX-5 is here from $29,995 or $198 per paycheck for qualified buyers. Triple J Mazda.
Pick up package at the post office? Check. Drop off dry cleaning? Check. Gas up? Check. Pick up online order at Subway? Check.
You value your time and efficiency. So when you order at SubwayPacific.com, Subway makes sure your sub, salad, or wrap is ready for you. With just a few taps on your phone on SubwayPacific.com, your food will be ready to pick up at your convenience or delivered via Good to Go. Either way, when you order online at SubwayPacific.com, you can do your thing while Subway gets your meal fresh and ready for you. At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh.
Guam is building the future, and the right conversations start here. SAME Guam Post invites you to the 2026 Industry Forum happening July 28 through 30 at the Dusitani Resort. Join military, government, and industry leaders as they come together to discuss Guam's future in infrastructure, resilience, and regional growth. This premier event connects you to Guam's next generation of infrastructure. Registration is open. Visit GuamIndustryForum.com. The 2026 SAME Industry Forum, delivering Indo-Pacific readiness.
My name is Erica. My son, Kason, is a patient at Shriners Children. My oldest called me and said Kason got burnt. The trauma doctor came in and said he needs to go to Shriners.
His injury was a big injury, and I think a testament to the care that we provide. He's fully functional. He's riding his dirt bike, doing all of the things that you would want him to do.
We're just so thankful that Kason is still here. Go online right now to loveshriners.org.
Wave 105, the talk of Guam. Real voices, real stories, right here at home.
Stop 6:47 in the morning. Here we go. Welcome to the program. Didn't have a proper hello, so good morning to Dice. Looking good on that side. Almost wore a blouse of the same color. I'm so glad I didn't, because then you and I would have just looked.
We'd be twinning.
I don't know if we want to do that.
We're related.
Though. Oh God.
Yeah, that would be a wonderful thing.
I don't know that people would want us to be wearing
that's a
the
great
same.
thing. Look,
twinning like wearing the same colors and being color matchy.
That'd be great. We'll be related. I'd love to have you in the family, Patty. Yeah, we'll be cousins. We'll be cousins.
Okay.
Can you imagine our family reunion?
That's way too much you're offering me right now.
We're going to be cooking together. We're going to parks together. It's going to be
sleepovers, braiding each other's hair.
That's what we're doing, Patty. It'll be so much fun.
I think your family would reject the idea of another person who's just like you is coming into the
got room.
Oh, yeah, room. I agree. We got room in mine too. We got plenty of heart. We got plenty of heart. I'm going to move on over to a person I don't get to talk to all the time on the air, but he certainly is a player at the moment because he is sort of leading this story about this AI contract at the legislature that the acting governor Josh Tenorio just commented on, and the sort of abrupt cancellation memo that went in curiously on Friday night. And generally, when somebody releases something on a Friday night, there's like a little curing period during the weekend where the reaction is smoothed out if they get it by Monday. And I actually did get it on yesterday and passed it on. Romeo Carlos is at the center of this controversy, and he joins us on the line now. You filed an ethics complaint against several of the members of the legislature, to include their executive director. Does this now go away because the contract has been canceled? Hi, Romeo.
Good morning, Patty. Let me first say, express my condolences to the Ignacio family. I've only met the chief once. A pretty mellow guy, pretty nice guy. So, definitely my condolences to all his friends and family. Moving on to the AI question. No, this doesn't stop. One of the things that we noticed in the way that the cancellation letter was even handled kind of speaks to something that is a real problem, and it encapsulates the ecosystem surrounding this contract and how it developed. If you look at the timestamp on that letter, it was intentionally, it was written on the 9th, but it wasn't processed until basically closing hour at the legislature with no press release, no fanfare. It's not like it was meant to be public information without having to go through hurdles to look for it or even know that it was there. I just happened to get it, at Guam Blog got it, as a leak, and I shared it with media after that, because it really does talk to the transparency issue that surrounds this entire scandalous contract. And without beating around the bush, the contract itself stands as nothing more than a scam. And that is proven over and over through the FOIA response that I received from the executive director, Joanne Camacho, which I have not written about or discussed on air or publicly yet in and of itself. It was a document dump, 3,000 pages, 2,865 to be exact. And most of that, I'm sure someone thought would overwhelm me and was irrelevant to the FOIA request. 80% of that FOIA was never, ever responded to. So today, I actually plan to follow up with a notice of deficiency to the legislature, legal counsel, and leadership there at the legislature, because if you look at what I'm seeing here, and it took a while, but I compiled a master index, and what the limited dump that they gave me showed was this ecosystem that exists within a certain cabal of Republican legislatures that breaks all rules, moves around government regulation and requirements using ephemeral apps, their personal devices, WhatsApps, and other communications. It's no longer about this one contract. If you were able to read that letter back to your audience, just look at the language there. It's boilerplate avoidance jargon. It leaves a lot more questions hanging, particularly about future payment. How do you pay a vendor without that vendor having delivered services? And we know they have not delivered services. The intended end user for this platform have never had access to it. And yet we're seeing language that looks like it's promising more billables. There was already a payment made when the contract was standing in breach at that point already for seven weeks. So there's just so many questions that surround this. I can't say there's any one particularly glaring one because they all jump out so hard and so fast. Like, where are the comparative analysis of existing AI platforms that actually do this job, that have been vetted, that are secure, and are actually world-leading apps at a fraction of the cost?
Your letter to the executive director, and I think you've CC'd pretty much everybody that you're filing the claim against, and the ethics complaint is that are they requesting that there be an extension?
Wait, they asked for the extension. They received it per law. They have a right to a 10-day extension. I filed the original ethics complaint May 29th. Ms. Camacho sent an extension request, and I'll forward that letter to you if I haven't already, saying that they would actually go through the documents and respond by June 8th or sooner. And ironically, the day after is when the cancellation contract or the cancellation letter was actually drafted. You'll note that date in the header of the letter that I sent you, although it wasn't processed for 3 more days. The thing with the response from the legislature is that they weren't in compliance. And even if you give them the benefit of the doubt, there are major issues. There was no structure to the response that was requested. There was no indexing, just this massive dump. And I'm sure someone thought that it would be overwhelming, and I maybe wouldn't notice. But since we are talking about AI, I tend to be a guy who's been doing beta testing, alpha testing since 2017. So it took me a few hours to actually process everything. Then I decided to do my own master index and look for overlapping relationships and patterns that aren't necessarily visible when you just look at it as a human, when you're humanized looking at it. And that's when we started to uncover numerous issues and violations and, dare I say, criminal activity and behavior within the legislature in this cabal. One of the things that I think is absolutely outstanding in the approach of leadership in the legislature in response to this is to double down and claim procurement was followed when it's clear it was not followed. Even the contract's own terms discusses payment not being made until value service deliveries are verified and confirmed. Yet here we are looking at a contract that is paid pretty much at this point. If they process another month, it'll be about $100,000, which is more than half of what the contract value is. And we don't understand why and how this platform was even chosen, how it's to be used. If you read the story that's in the Guam Daily Post today, it's a complex issue for most writers who don't know government operations, budgeting, or AI. But the story itself reached out to the legislative voices there, and one of the things that caught my eye very quickly was what the Vice Speaker said about returning things that belong to the legislature. And that goes to the heart of what I believe the MIS department was concerned about, security, cybersecurity. And when you look at what we're facing on a daily basis in terms of hacks from hostile actors, it's amazing that this leadership would actually expose Guam to this. And we don't know why. They just won't honestly address the issue of how this was chosen, why it was chosen over proven and solid platforms like Westlaw, the one Attorney Mike Phillips attributed to the errors in the court, which he was admonished for.
Right. I want this is all going to be fodder for this ethics investigation that's going to be done. What do you feel honestly are your chances that they will actually convene and start to look into this, and then in a time frame that would be sort of conducive to public opinion on whether or not there was something done wrong?
You're asking me my honest opinion, or am I supposed to be polite?
I don't care about polite. I want to know what your honest opinion is, but be nice about it.
I know I'm on your show, and I catch your taglines, be respectful.
Yeah.
I'm disappointed, to be honest with you, with individuals whom I hold in at least some degree of esteem and favor. And I'll just have to say this. Even the process of filing the ethics complaint, finding out how it goes, is wrapped in mystery for the central office staff. If I'm a digital guy, my life is digital. When I walked in there, no one knew how to process the ethics complaint. No one sitting behind the desk when you first walk into the legislature understood the process. They had no idea. None of the senators I contacted, and I'd spoken with six of them, none of them knew who the ethics committee chair was. It took a few days, but I found out that there was a rotating schedule, though no one knew who that chairman would be. It landed on the desk of freshman Senator Sean Gumatautal, whom I respect wholly, and with whom I think I have a good relationship in terms of I can ask him questions, I can communicate with him, and he's very responsive. I think he's like that with all his constituents. In this case, however, when I texted him asking about the schedule, the timeline for the committee, because the Democratic senators I spoke to didn't know who was on the committee or when they would be appointed, and none of the Republican senators I spoke to knew. So I'm not sure if this is going to be dealt with. I'm not sure if Sean, who is a man of integrity, he's the Republican Party committee chair. I'm not sure he was the right choice. It's a political game, obviously, So if that's what they want to do, that's fine. When I filed the ethics complaint, I also filed at the same time a demand for recusal so that the speaker and the vice speaker who signed off on this contract could not appoint this ethics chair. I believe the rotating schedule would actually ameliorate that concern there. but the issue is still who's going to be on the committee. What is the timeline for them to be responsive to the community once an ethics complaint is filed? When will we see this? How will the information be brought out to us, the public? Like I said, I'm a digital guy. For me, going through this process was eye-opening, but it was not transparent. So I can imagine, Juan and Pedro and Maria down in Maritza or Umatic would have a very difficult time if they wanted to file an ethics complaint. The legislature itself insulates itself from oversight, from procurement rules, from any obligation to be transparent to the public. And I think it's time that we actually address that. I went to the Guam Election Commission only to find out the only person they can investigate is Joanne Camacho, the executive director. The senators are untouchable. So there are a lot of issues this situation with the contract exposes that I think are important enough to be discussed. And to be quite honest with you, I have to disagree with the lieutenant governor, who I respect, but this is not a legislature issue. This is a leadership issue. This is a transparency issue. This is a corruption issue.
Okay.
And it's centered on the individuals who would like to be the leaders of this island. So we need to clarify what's going on and why it's going on as soon as possible.
Thanks,
I think the
Romeo.
best person to ask would be Sean Gumatau.
Okay. Certainly we'll put that on the list. But I got a roll to get to the top of the hour. But I appreciate you taking the call this morning. Thanks a lot for responding. And good luck to you. We'll be watching, all of going through the weeds on all of this is not very sexy, but, we're going to do our best to see where this momentum will bring.
Please watch, because I've already received threats against my safety by individuals associated with this contract. So, I appreciate the watchful eye.
What kind of threats have been made on you?
I walked into a political fundraiser and was quickly approached by an associate of Candid News and a person who has interest in this Talleyrand 1% interest, who made a threat on my safety.
What did they say?
I'd rather not go into that on air.
Did you report it?
In case I file,
Did you report it to the authorities?
I've taken steps.
Okay.
So that's why I don't want to really talk much more on this.
Fair enough.
But, this individual was actually involved in the center of the murder of Keith Castro, so it's not a threat I take lightly.
Okay, let's go get to the next thing. Romeo, I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the time.
Thank you.
All right, good luck to you. 7:03 now. We're going to take a break here for your AP News. Dice has got your traffic. Got a little bit of weather on what's happening this week. I think we're going to be hitting some of that. We'll talk to, I think we'll be able to talk to Landon Idlet about what that really means. That's all I had here on Mornings with Patti. We're KGUM-FM and Daddy Do Guam.
AP News. I'm Ed Donahue. At the World Cup, a giant was surprised. In Atlanta, tiny Cape Verde shut out heavily favored Spain. It was a 0-0 tie. Before the match, goalie Vozina was just happy to be there for Cape Verde.
We are very honored and very privileged to be here in the big stage of the football in the world.
Cape Verde actually had a chance to win the game, but Dani Borges' late header was saved by the Spanish goalkeeper. Iran will be discussed at the G7 summit in France. President Trump has arrived after an agreement was reached to end the conflict with Iran.
The deal's all signed, and the strait is already partially opened. As you know, they're doing a little hunting for a couple of mines that they've already found. But it's essentially ships are starting to go out now. On Friday, it'll be completely opened.
Pakistan says there will be a signing of an agreement Friday. The president says Iran's leadership played a role in the agreement.
As you know, the first set is gone, the second set is gone, and we found the third set to be very smart, strong, very smart, but we ended up making a deal.
The president hopes this will be a good new relationship with Iran.
And if we don't, we go back to where we started, but I don't think that's going to be necessary.
Among the challenges ahead is whether Israel will continue its offensive in Lebanon. Israelis from across the political spectrum are angry about the interim deal between the U.S. and Iran, calling it a disaster for Israel and directing their fury at one man, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. The Supreme Court has agreed to decide whether states can use juries made up of only 6 people in criminal cases instead of the usual 12. The case puts a Florida chiropractor convicted of practicing with a suspended license in an unlikely leading role in a constitutional clash. This is AP News.
You're listening to Mornings with Patti, where the conversation belongs to everyone.
Alpha Day Guam, this is Josh Wisnett from the National Weather Service with your Tuesday morning, June 16th forecast. Mostly isolated showers are expected today, with island heat and possibly bringing showers to western Guam this afternoon. Winds will be mostly around 10 to 15 miles per hour, so those showers will likely get pushed offshore. Shower coverage may increase tonight to scattered. Combined seas of around 3 feet will continue today as an east swell moves in and seas build the rest of the week to around 5 feet. A low risk of rip currents along all reefs is expected through tonight, and this may increase to moderate along east and north basin reefs starting on Wednesday as that east swell builds in. For the latest forecasts from us here at the National Weather Service, visit us at weather.gov/GUM or dial 211. Hope everyone has a great day.
Celebrating America's 250th birthday. America loves a competition, whether it's an athletic event or a political battle. But one of the most famous American competitions of all began on June 11th, 2002.
Who will be next? This is American Idol.
For almost a quarter of a century, millions of viewers have tuned in to see contestants from all over the country compete for the crown.
The winner of American Idol 2002 is Kelly Clarkson.
No other television series has created as many stars.
The winner of American Idol 2005 is Carrie Underwood.
Not just Kelly and Carrie, but Jennifer Hudson, Adam Lambert, Scotty McCreery, Philip Phillips, Benson Boone, and so many more.
Hafide Guam, good morning, guys, and welcome back. Mornings with Patti on the Wave 105 FM, 7:08 in the morning. It is a Tuesday, June 16th, streaming online at thewave105.com. Like, subscribe, and do follow our YouTube channel. That's Wave 105.1 FM Guam. And the show this morning is proudly brought to you by our friends at Subway. Eat fresh in just a few clicks. You can order online at subwaypacific.com for pickup at your convenience or for delivery right at your doorstep. Online ordering at subwaypacific.com. It's powered by Good to Go. We deliver at Subway. You gotta refresh to be fresh. Bank Pacific, where others place branches, we place roots. Visit bankpacific.com today. GTA, we start with you. Mobile gas stations, turn every fuel stop into rewards with Mobile Smiles. Download the app today for exclusive offers and faster rewards at the pump. Mobile Smiles, fuel up and save. Take Care Insurance Company, our island, your health plan. Right now at Triple J Ford, get a free $500 gas card when you drive home with a new Ford truck. Visit triplejguam.com and get pre-approved instantly. Shop, dine, and relax at the Agana Shopping Center, your destination for food, fun, and local favorites all year long. Patch Tinting and Detailing for all your special interior cleaning. Call 483-7522. Code 1 Store is your tactical shop for public safety and everyday gear, serving Guam since 1999. Shop 511 Tactical and Condor Outdoor, plus steel toe footwear. Stop by Code 1 Store today. And Chili's Grill and Bar. At Chili's, more life, great food, and memories happen here. Welcome back, Guam, to Mornings with Patti on the Wave 105 FM. Our studio lines are at 671-922-1051 or 1052.
Bank Pacific has a $100 gift for all Region high school and college graduates.
Okay, I'll bite. What is it?
Open a checking account with Bank Pacific, show us you just graduated, and bingo, we'll deposit an additional $100 into your account.
What about a Visa debit card?
Yep, Visa debit card, online and mobile banking, remote deposit capture, the works.
What about for existing customers who just graduated?
They get $100 too.
Great, count me in.
Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots. Conditions apply, member FDIC.
All summer long, Chili's Party Platters make celebrating easy and delicious. Perfect for grad parties, family gatherings, or anytime you're feeding a crowd. Available for pickup or for delivery. Only at Chili's. Great value and memories happen here. Oh, yeah. Alrighty, Guam. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back. Let's go ahead and do some traffic for you right now. We're going to hit the streets with your traffic report being brought to you by our friends at Guam Auto Spot, where you could schedule a test drive. All you got to do is give us a call at 478-AUTO, or if you'd like to take a look at our inventory, you may also visit our website at GuamAutospot.com. Let's see what we got stirring up on the southern end of the island. Getting around Humatec this morning, it looks like traffic is moving great through Humatec. Again, Guam, this is all going to be along Route 2 this morning. Traffic in Hoggett, Santa Rita, getting up and around PD this morning will be done with ease. No delays getting around the Naval Hospital, up and around Ashen, as well as Anigua. Traffic is light through Hagåtña, Sinohanya, Mongmong, Toktu, Mighty as well. Tamuning traffic is beginning to pick up. However, it is still light getting around the Guam Premier Outlets. That's going to be GPO along Challenge San Antonio. Hitting Polly Salvatore's Road, that's going to be in Lower Tumon. Traffic is moving great. A little delay getting around Happy Landing this morning. It looks like a lot of folks are using that shortcut, as well as our friends around East Harmon Industrial area. We got some north and southbound picking up on that end. Route 1 traffic from Gigo flowing into Dedido, vice versa, north as well as southbound. Let's just keep our eyes on the roads. Make sure you're not texting and driving. Remember, Guam, seatbelts are sexy. Let's get our seatbelts fastened and our kids in the proper booster and car seats. It is also imperative, Guam, that we allow braking distance between ourselves and the vehicle in front of us. Let's try not to tailgate each other, and we should all be able to have ourselves a safe Tuesday morning. This is your traffic report, and we are moving forward with our friends at Guam Auto Spot.
The road to Adaloop continues. This time, we sit down with Republican candidates. Vice Speaker Tony Atta and E.J. Calvo. Catch the full conversation that took place on May 5th on the Wave 105's YouTube channel. Stay informed and hear their vision for Guam's future. Wave 105 is a glimpse of Guam radio station.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the show hosts, guests, and callers, and do not necessarily reflect the views of the staff or management of Wave 105.1 FM, Glimpses Media, or our partners. We strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, and we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105.1 FM. Enjoy the show.
Stay informed, stay connected. Wave 105, the talk of Guam.
The Constitution is America's foundational document that every U.S. citizen should know. It establishes rights, responsibilities, and governmental roles. This knowledge isn't just for politicians, but for us as everyday Americans. Citizens need to understand what the Constitution says and what it doesn't say, because it protects our unalienable rights, rights no one can take away or infringe. Without knowledge of our constitutional rights, we will fail to realize when they are violated.
Liberty. It's an American thing. From AmericanThing.org.
Hungry and don't want to break the bank? Chili's has you covered. Starting at $12.99, enjoy Chili's new and improved 3-for-Me meal deal. That's a starter, an entree, and a drink. Mix and match combos like chips and salsa, an old timer with cheese, and an ice cold Coke. So many options to choose from, you might need to come back just to try them all. Available all day for lunch or dinner. Only at Chili's. Great food and value happen here.
Celebrate Father's Day with Power 98 and Wave 105 as we honor our first heroes. To enter, send a WhatsApp message or call in and share your funniest or most heartfelt dad story. Winners will be revealed from June 15th to June 19th, and you can win your dad a special bundle prize. Stay locked in to Power 98 and Wave 105. Brought to you by Guam Plaza Resort, Nana's Cafe, Roots Grill House, AutoWorks, Jollibee, Proline, and Cream and Butter.
Half a day. This is Luella Lucinio, host of Pinas de Guam. Together with the Filipino community of Guam and Wave 105.1, we proudly celebrate Philippine Independence Month with the theme Kalayaan, Kinabukasan, Kasaysayan, Freedom, Future, History. From Guam to the Philippines, we honor our shared history, celebrate our freedom, and build our future together. Mabuhay ang Pilipinas at Guam!
Close your eyes and open your senses. Introducing the all-new 2026 Mazda CX-5. Thoughtfully redesigned with a refined interior, larger 15.6-inch touchscreen display, advanced connectivity, and Mazda's signature driving experience. Enjoy elevated comfort, intuitive technology, and craftsmanship designed around you. The all-new 2026 Mazda CX-5 Sport is available from $29,995 or just $198 per paycheck. Get pre-approved instantly at triplejguam.com.
When a warrior faces adversity, he fights through it. He finds a way. Freedom isn't free. Rolling strong. Belief. Believe you can, and you will.
Wheelchairs for Warriors provides mobility solutions to veterans and first responders injured in the line of duty. Join the mission and visit wheelchairsforwarriors.org.
My name is Emma. I am 13 years old. 6 years ago, I was injured in a car accident that left me paralyzed from the waist down. Once I completed rehab, I'm on my side where I plan to attend instead of start. Last January, I finally got to use my process to develop a very strong bond.
105.1 The Wave is the talk of Guam. Start your morning with confidence right here on Mornings with Patti.
Who's that? Oh wait, that's me. Reflection so on fleek. I'm it, that's all I need. La da 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 da. Top check, I'm good, I'm golden. I got that groove unfolding. Heartbeat so smooth, I'm rolling. La da 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 da. I got no stress, sunshine in my pocket. Good moves when I'm rocking. I'm feeling like.
All right. Ooh, the girl says. It is, what time is it? 7:17 in the morning. Some folks are just waking up to the news of the passing of the police chief, Steve Ignacio. It's hitting people kind of in the feels for sure. You know, it's, you know, to be able to express how you feel about someone has to come obviously from a place of truth. He's a cabinet member of the government, of the governor, of this administration. He's been in law enforcement for a long time. But the best thing that happens when people are mourning is they're bringing out stories of a person's, you know, very successful career. And we've gone through so many people who work in careers inside and outside the public sector who pass away. And we all spend, especially in Guam, you know, we tend to only concentrate on the good things about that person. And a lot of it is especially to do with the fact that, you know, he's got family who's mourning and who is listening, and their father's reputation means more to them for their, you know, comfort and acceptance of this grief. It never hurts when people talk nicely about your family member who has since passed. That's what you get to take with you, right? You get to hear these stories and remember him and as fondly as everyone else has met him. And so far this morning, you know, the media reacts to these things, but when you're working with somebody, and especially in the media, as reporters, definitely they are reporting on things that are happening with the police department. They seek leadership and commentary and, you know, assurances that they can give to the public to pass on that all is right with the world, right? But when you get somebody who's doing it above and beyond what they normally would do in their capacity as the head of a department, then I think that's where the stories really sort of hit home. I know for Dice's part, you can speak to this more than I can. He was a friend of Power 98.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
100%, 150%. I think he's launched a lot of great, successful programs, keeping our schools safe, keeping our villages safe, It is a very big loss for a lot of us.
He was working with Power 98 on programs. Raul from our old school Raul is remembering that, the origins of, was it Talk with the Chief or something like that? That was a feature of K-57, several years ago. How this whole launched into, it was this opportunity that was given to him, or to the Guam Police Department, to speak openly with the people of Guam. And a lot of times, on the air. And a lot of times it got really uncomfortable, because if you're in an active investigation, or you have a whole high-profile situation that took place, reserving comment in this town seems to be the MO. That's the best way to handle a situation, is to not handle the situation. Do so quietly, and hopefully it'll go away. That's some old school way. Transparency was always a big thing, and he was always gracious enough to tell people how he was feeling and about certain situations and what the police department was doing. And it was one thing to get on the side of the people who respected him and thought that he was very good, a great character, great virtues. But in his capacity as police chief, to protect the public and things that he said in order to show that the Guam Police Department was doing. It's another thing to be well loved by the rank and file. The public, you can put a mask on and say anything the public wants to hear, and they become instant friends. But your leadership shows on a daily basis, on a minute by minute, by these, case by case situations where his leadership is required. And I have yet to ever, not now, but ever, even when he was in the commission of doing this, ever heard anybody speak, ill of him.
Oh, you can't. Oh, you can't.
Yeah.
Yeah, just great character overall.
Mhm.
I mean, even when he wasn't wearing the badge, when you run into him at Payless, even outside of work, he was just a really
nice
great guy. Just
Yeah.
great guy.
Yeah. A lot of people remember him from back in the day. I'm reading some of the comments that are being made by my colleagues in the media and how they have felt about his demonstration of leadership. And it's great. It's good to hear. It's always wonderful to hear good things happen. Great good things being said or backed up by what it is that your take is of the guy. I have nothing ill to say about him whatsoever. Sometimes it was a challenge to get him on the air, but hey, that comes with the that just comes with the job. I don't fault anybody necessarily for that, and he was always pretty busy. But it was really a big deal to hear the same feelings that I have, absolutely being shared by people in the media, our colleagues that have a great exposure to him, and then of course from people who worked with him, and worked at the Guam Police Department over the years. Steve from Dedido is joining us on the line. Hey, Steve. Good morning.
Good morning, Patty. It was
morning.
such bad news. Waking up in the morning and seeing that. I had the great honor to work with the great chief. Steve Ignacio. I'm Steven Amagwan. I served with him the Guam Police Department as one of Mr. Patrol Supervisor in Aganya Precinct. And later on, when I got promoted to lieutenant, he asked me to stay in as his deputy commander. So I had a great working relationship with Steve, and he really cares about the personnel. So when the Governor Lou and Josh won the election, he had an option to choose who's going to be his staff assistant to the chief of police, or they call him SACOP. And like I said, I had a great honor to have him select me as his staff assistant to the chief of police as a SACOP. And I had a great working relationship with the chief. And this is the man that really cares about his personnel. First thing that he did when he came into office, he listened to the command staff for one thing. When they asked to bring back the 86 hours for our command staff from Sergeant 2 and above, because at that time they were only working 80 hours, and the rest of the guys, uniform officers, were working 86. So it's okay. He gave back the 86 hours, and which is more incentive for command staff to work harder. And a lot of things that he has done, the pay increases, the incentives for police officers, and his drive to also trying to get the headquarters for the Guam Police Department. And he has done a lot for our. If you guys have noticed about the improvement of the Guam Police Department, this is the time. This is the only time, with the help of this administration, this is the only time that we seen a lot of recruitment that happened. It's just so sad that some of the officers didn't have the heart to stay in the Guam Police Department and left for greener pasture. So they have to come up with another incentive to make them stay at the Guam Police Department. Because, as a staff assistant to the chief and SACOP, every time a new recruit comes in or a POT stop by my office, I bring them in and ask them, do you have the heart to be a police officer? If they answer no, I said, no, we don't need you in the Guam Police Department. We need somebody that has the heart to perform the duties of police officers. Because any type of hesitation in the performance of your job, it will cost the lives of your fellow officers, your life, and the life of the public. So we need somebody that can make the decision right away and have the heart to perform the job.
Yeah.
But, I give credit to the chief. He is indeed the longest-serving chief of police in the island. And yes, he's very calm, collective, and always listen to the staff, listen to the concerns that they have. The great accomplishment that he has made, that I know that a lot of our police officers are happy, is the automatic promotion from PO1, PO2 to PO3. And that's a great incentive, along with the $10,000 bonus that was introduced. Now it's a law for police officers to stay in for 3 years. And if they leave, they get to pay back. And that's one of the things that he has done to make the department a much better place. And a lot of the guys that transfer to the federal side, they say, man, some of my colleagues in the Guam Police Department is making way more money than we are. I say, no, that's a decision that you make. The way I tell you right now, you guys are just there for the money. If you're not there to serve the island, then you're not going to stay. And if your heart is someplace else where the money is better, then go someplace else. But kudos to all the police officers that are there. They're now staying because their heart is serving our island, like the way how Steve Ignacio, the chief of police, has done. He has been part of my life. He's the only one that actually nominated me to be the manager of the year and won, because he knows exactly how his personnel, people that you work with, works. And if you deserve the nomination or recognition, he will do it. And it's just so sad that when I retired, he asked me to stay in to finish the administration, but I did not do it because, I go to church. When I hit my 31 years, I prayed, and I asked God, when am I going to retire? Let me know when I'm going to retire. And shortly after the prayer, I see a lot of retirees that say, hey, Steve, when are you going to retire? And just probably later in the morning when I cut the grass at the Guam Police Headquarters because we can't afford the maintenance. I cut the grass once a month. Retire will come up, say, Steve, what are you doing cutting the grass? You need to retire. I said, no, it's okay. I have to wait. Not knowing that those are the answer to my prayers, but the only thing that really made me retire was when I met the late Mayor Victor Sanchez at PIC. First thing they asked me, hey, Steve, when are you going to retire? We had a conversation, and long conversation before we parted ways. The last thing that he told me that, Steve, you need to retire because tomorrow's never promised. And 2 weeks later, he got slain. So I looked up, said, God, I think I know the answer. So I retired, and I know the Chief Steve asked me to stay back until the administration, even asked my wife. But those are the things that I have to make a decision. But I am glad that he stayed in and served our island for almost 8 years, the longest serving chief. And
But
he
more
has
than
done a
30
lot for the
years.
Guam Police Department.
But more than 30 years as a police officer with the Guam Police Department.
Yeah, he's the longest serving chief of police, and kudos to him. And he has handled his job professionally, the way I see it. And I've seen him. I've talked to him privately, and a lot of the issues that we have in the department. And even up to now, my last message to him during his birthday, I wished him a happy birthday. He still called me Seika. His family still calls me Seika.
Wow, that's cool. Well,
I just got off the phone. I just got off the phone with his son off island. He calls me uncle. They treat me as a family. That's the only thing that I love about Chief's family. They treat me and my family as their family, and I love it to be treated that way, and I return the favor back.
That's nice.
So they are working to bring him home.
Oh, okay.
So I reached out to Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio, and he did tell me that they're helping his family to Dr. Julian Agun is trying to help them coordinate to trying to bring him home here.
As it should be. Absolutely. Yeah.
Yes, I turned on the radio and I heard you talking about the great chief. A lot of people may think that there's some people that may say something, but the chief of police, Stephen Ignacio, has done a whole lot for this department, for the Guam Police Department, more than any other chiefs.
Yeah.
I can attest to that.
Well,
I can attest to the discussion that we have about his concern for the welfare of our people, of the Guam Police Department. I'm a retired cop, so the welfare of the Guam Police officers. So it's a message that we need to appreciate life, and also we need to start contributing to this island instead of how we testified just then, Bill 321.
I appreciate this, Steve. Thank you very much for taking the time to call us.
Our condolences to the family of Chief Stephen Ignacio. And I thank him for being part of my life, and thank you for leading me to where I'm at right now, a retired police officer, and happy life, and we'll be seeing him soon.
Appreciate that, Steve. Thank you. God bless. God bless you as well. Bottom of the hour. Let's work in Tatan Joe. He's on the line with us. Good morning, sir.
Joe. He's on the line with us. Good morning, Joe. He's on the line.
Oh, my. I hear myself three times.
Good morning.
Hi, good morning.
I wonder, Steve, if he's at the police department when the Guam Police is DPS, Department of Public Safety.
Well, he's had 30 years.
With the fireman.
He was a little more than 30 years in the service, so maybe not.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had Steve Ignacio because I went in the department when the department's only Department of Public Safety together with the fire.
Sure.
I know him. I know him, but I didn't get to associate with him. I think he's another unit. And most of the time, I spend my assignment down in Agat South Station.
Okay.
And up in Dedidu. And Agana Police Station. It's a long story. It's a long story.
Yeah, I don't have necessarily the kind of time for that, but I do appreciate you saying nice things about Stephen Ignacio. I haven't heard or I haven't run into anybody who had said anything other than that he was a great guy. But clearly he's touched your life, knowing certainly that you guys served together.
I think he's assigned on detective unit at that time.
Oh, okay.
I was out on a patrol unit.
Yeah, okay. Okay.
And also Bobby Suba. Bobby Suba is in charge of the traffic investigation division.
Okay. Okay. Tatan Joe, thank you so much for the memories. Appreciate it. Your roosters are calling.
Okay.
All right. Take good care. God bless. Bottom of the hour now. Let's go ahead and take that break. We'll be right back.
Do you hear that? And that? And that? Those are the sounds of a healthy and vibrant community. And to this United Way volunteer, nothing sounds better. They're the sounds of children being given greater chances to succeed in school. The sounds of neighbors receiving the support needed to overcome challenges, both big and small. They're the sounds of families gaining access to quality healthcare and nutritious food for their tables. And they're the sounds of members of our community who've benefited from United Way's financial education programs. See, wherever there's a need in our communities, there's a United Way. People working together to respond and growing the good for everyone. United is the way. So join us by getting involved or giving back. Learn more at unitedway.org.
Talking about guns with others might not always feel comfortable, but it could save a life. Here's a way to start a conversation. Your family is going over to your neighbor's home for dinner for the first time. How would you ask if there are any unlocked guns in the home?
Hey. Hey, we're so excited for tonight. Before we come over, may I ask a few questions?
Yeah, of course.
Do you have any pets?
Yes, we have a dog.
Great. Do you have a pool outside?
Nope, just a big old backyard.
Nice. Another question. Are there any unlocked guns in the home?
Our guns are stored securely, locked in a safe that the kids can't access.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Now, let's just talk about what we can bring for dessert.
Learn how to have the conversation at agreetoagree.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the Ad Council.
My name is Erica. My son, Kason, is a patient at Shriners Children. My oldest called me and said Kason got burnt. The trauma doctor came in and said he needs to go to Shriners.
His injury was a big injury, and I think a testament to the care that we provide. He's fully functional. He's riding his dirt bike, doing all of the things that you would want him to do.
We're just so thankful that Kason is still here. Go online right now to loveshriners.org.
Real talent is defined by what people can do, not where they learn to do it. So by stopping at the education section of a resume, you might throw away the perfect hire. Skills First Hiring helps you see talent others miss, like more than 70 million stars, skilled through alternative routes. Let their story unfold and gain a competitive advantage, because hiring managers who start with skills are 60% more likely to find a successful hire. Hire skills first. Learn why at tearthepaperceiling.org. Brought to you by Opportunity at Work and the Ad Council.
We are all for first-time guests and longtime friends. All for First Light and Starlight. For road trips and trail runs. All for mountaintops and monuments. River bends and battlefields. We're all for showing up and giving back. To protect, to preserve, to pass it on. All parks depend on us, and we're all for parks. Join us at nationalparks.org/allforparks.
Hi, human. I'm a micro monster swimming around in your plastic water bottle. But I can't wait to swim in your bloodstream soon.
Microplastics are micro monsters.
Drink me. Wait, what are you doing?
But you can fight back by using glass or metal reusable water bottles.
No!
Don't let microplastic micro monsters invade your body. Find more ways to fight back at stopmicromonsters.org.
Raise your eyes to the sky for a symbol of national pride that actually started out as a controversial high school homework assignment. Welcome to the National Day Spotlight for June 16th.
As we wave our banners for National Flag Week, the design of our current 50-star American flag features a brilliant origin story born from a classroom critique. In 1958, a 17-year-old Ohio high school student named Bob Heft anticipated the statehood of Alaska and Hawaii. For a history class project, he spent 12 hours meticulously cutting and stitching a new grid pattern for the 50 stars. His teacher handed the project back with a deflating B- grade, telling him the design lacked creativity. However, Heft boldly sent his prototype directly to the White House, where President Eisenhower personally selected it out of thousands of entries to become our official national banner. This week, display Old Glory outside your home with pride, and never let a critic downsize your biggest ideas. It might be worth extra credit.
You know, I'm betting some of the kids in that class got A's. And what they did
doesn't have the standing power that the flag has.
Yeah, it's interesting that teacher gave it a B- grade.
We are also celebrating World Sea Turtle Day and National Fudge Day. I'm Alice Anderson.
And I'm Marlo Anderson with National Day Calendar, reminding you to celebrate every day.
If you're looking for world-class website hosting at a fair price, Pair Networks is your best choice. Founded in the early days of the web and still going strong today, Pair Networks now hosts over 150,000 websites for its demanding customers worldwide. Setting the standards for excellence, Pair Networks has a technical and support staff that's second to none. A highly stable company with top-of-the-line technology, Pair Networks offers total reliability and flexibility for your website, and even a money-back guarantee. Whether you're a professional web designer or a beginner just getting your site online, Pair Networks has a web hosting plan that's right for you. Make the move today. Log on and learn more at pair.com. That's PAIR.com. Pair Networks. World-class web hosting at a fair price. Visit us at pair.com. Pair Networks.
Patti, Guam. Good morning, guys. Welcome back. It's Mornings with Patti on the Wave 105 FM. It's about 7:41 in the morning. It is a Tuesday. Let's hit the streets right now for your third look at your traffic report, brought to you by our friends at Guam Auto Spot. You could schedule a test drive. All you got to do is give us a call at 478-AUTO or check out our inventory on our website at guamautospot.com. All right, friends, we're working our way into the 8 o'clock hour. Looks like traffic is beginning to build up for our friends along Machechi Road this morning, up and around Atacao. Cruising through Bellow Road this morning, you will find some north and southbound traffic there. Getting in and out of Teton will be done with ease. A little delay along Tamuning, that's going to be Route 1. We have got strong north as well as southbound traffic. For our friends getting around areas like Jack in the Box, that's going to be in Tamuning. Bank Pacific in Tamuning, the ITC intersection coming around the Guam Premier Outlet, as well as the Donkey intersection, north as well as southbound traffic. Again, folks, this will all be along Route 1. Upper Tumon traffic is light. It is picking up outside of the Kmart intersection. Lower Tumon, Pauly Sanvitores Road, we still have traffic coming in and out of Happy Landing this morning. And for our friends getting around St. Anthony's, Ocopalas, and Tamuning are coming around GMH. You got a few hot pockets there. Let's keep our eyes on the roads. Make sure you're not texting and driving. Remember, Guam, seatbelts are sexy. Let's fasten our seatbelts, get our kids in the proper booster and car seats, and remember, Guam, we have got to allow braking distance between ourselves and the vehicle in front of us. We should all be able to have ourselves a safe Tuesday morning. This is your traffic report here on the Wave 105 FM, and it's all being brought to you by Guam Auto Spot.
The road to Adelup is off and running. This time, we sit down with Republican candidate Speaker Frank Blass and Dr. Mary Okada. Catch the full conversation that took place on May 7th on the Wave 105's YouTube channel. Stay informed and hear their vision for Guam's future. Wave 105 is a glimpse of Guam radio station.
Do you hear that? And that? And that? Those are the sounds of a healthy and vibrant community. And to this United Way volunteer, nothing sounds better. They're the sounds of children being given greater chances to succeed in school. The sounds of neighbors receiving the support needed to overcome challenges, both big and small. They're the sounds of families gaining access to quality health care and nutritious food for their tables. And they're the sounds of members of our community who've benefited from United Way's financial education programs. See, wherever there's a need in our communities, there's a United Way. People working together to respond and growing the good for everyone. United is the way. So join us by getting involved or giving back. Learn more at unitedway.org.
Talking about guns with others might not always feel comfortable, but it could save a life. Here's a way to start a conversation. Your family is going over to your neighbor's home for dinner for the first time. How would you ask if there are any unlocked guns in the home?
Hey.
Hey, we're so excited for tonight. Before we come over, may I ask a few questions?
Yeah, of course.
Do you have any pets?
Yes, we have a dog.
Great. Do you have a pool outside?
Nope, just a big old backyard.
Nice. Another question. Are there any unlocked guns in the home?
Our guns are stored securely, locked in a safe that the kids can't access.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Now, let's just talk about what we can bring for dessert.
Learn how to have the conversation at agreetoagree.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the Ad Council.
$7:45 now. We'll talk about it after 8 o'clock. I'm having an issue, and Dice is just always looking at me like absolute
uniform.
I know. She's looking at me like, oh my God, you will totally not fit into my family. 7:46. We've run on the thread that police chief Steve Ignacio passed away early this morning, and that caught many people off guard. But many of those who were close to him, and certainly those in the Guam Police Department, were aware that he was not well. And I did not know, but the acting governor told me this morning that he was off island. And so I wanted to reach out to one of his beloved colleagues who has, I'm pretty sure over the years, learned much from this leader, and has done some great work to run interference between me and him when I needed some understanding of how things were going. And that is Major Kim Santos, another long-time officer within the Guam Police Department. She joins us on the line now. Hey, Kim, good morning. Major Kim is on the line? Did she leave us? No, dang, Kim. Where'd you go? Is she there?
No, I'm going to get her back, though.
All right. I don't know what happened there. Let me yeah. Well, that was a big ramp up for that particular segment, but that's how it goes. Listen, we're just, let me just send her a note. Just called you, but you weren't there. We're calling you back, okay? We all knew her as Captain Kim. Kim was a police spokesperson at one time. She was also served in many capacities. She was Captain Kim for many years, and then just this past November, she was promoted along with another one of her colleagues, Mr. Sayama, to major. And so now she's been a little less under the year, but every position she's had, it's always been working very closely with the police chief. You're not going to ask her who her favorite is, but she's always done a good job, working with the Guam Police Department. Kim is joining us on the line. I gave you like this longest introduction celebrating you, and then I got to the phone and it was a dud. So I'm sorry we got disconnected. Kim, good morning.
Sorry about that, Patty. Good morning.
No problem. I said that you'd been in the Guam Police Department for many years. You're a career police officer, having just been promoted to major last November. And I'm pretty sure that you've worked with many police chiefs over the years as administrations change, so do cabinet members. The governor calls Chief Limpiaco one of her most competent members of the administration. I'm not going to ask you who was your favorite, but I do know that when Chief Ignacio came in, I know he relied on you heavily. So let's talk about him.
Cool, Patty. We worked with each other throughout the years. I grew to love Steve like a brother. I first came to know him, I want to say, in the maybe early mid-'90s. And it was always a pleasure to work with him. Very intelligent, witty, had a good sense of humor. knew his job very well and was hardworking and reliable.
That's, reliable, even-keeled, some of these characteristics of being patient, of sort of taking his time to assess and then to respond, and then to actually respond in emergencies and being able to do so with, taking from his experience in these different types of scenarios. Not only made him a fine police officer, but we know in the media that he was very responsive to us. And sometimes with the media, we're kind of skeptical, because that's what we get paid to be, a little more skeptical than most. But we also have this personality to be a little bit tougher on our leaders because they represent all of a department. And he performed always with, gracefully and with kindness, and his experience showed, and most of all, his candor. He was just a really cool cat, as most will say.
Yeah, and really, Patty, the way he responded to the media, he was really very even-keeled, level-headed, and he was pretty much like that with the rest of us at work.
Yeah.
I really appreciated Steve, and I'm really sad today. I'm very sad. So I've been up since I was first notified, and I want to say that was at around, I don't know, maybe 2:30, 3 in the morning.
Yeah.
I haven't slept.
Yeah. Well, it's hard. It's hard to come down from news like that. But can I ask, Kim? The lieutenant governor, acting governor, said that he had been ill, and it looked like he was kind of coming back on the mend, and so this was kind of unexpected and sudden. I'm pretty sure that the department was aware that he wasn't on island, and that was aware that he had some medical issues. I'm not going to get into that personal part of his life, but had he been out for a while?
He wasn't out for a very long time. He a short time. He was out for a short time and came back to work. And the thing about Steve is he was always in touch because we have a group chat, and he responded and acknowledged all notifications. And really, when he left this time, and he did leave for to get to seek, I guess, maybe better health care. And I don't know if I'm right by saying that in the States where, I've got to tell you, and that's why it was shocking for me to hear that Chief Ignacio passed away, because I expected him to go out there for a couple of weeks and to come back and get right back into work as he had done many times in the past. Yeah, it's a shock for all of us. It really is.
And our condolences go out to all of the members of the police department that, these things are personal for you guys. I think that people will recognize that anytime you guys are, show up for work, it's, some days are a matter of life or death. And we understand that he just was a great leader, and that many people, even those who are not in the police department anymore, are mourning this loss. Will there, with now the acting police chief will be Joe Carbolito, another long-time a member of the service. What can we expect under Mr. Carbolito, and how much time typically is when somebody is appointed to be in that position permanently, or would it even be Joe?
Right. Well, Colonel Carbolito, like you said, he's been around for quite a while, and he's proven himself as a police commander. Managed to run the show whenever the chief was off island or away, and we just expect that he's going to come back and carry on as he always has in the past. He's reliable. He knows his job, and we're here. We're all here to support the chief in his, or Joe Carbolito in his acting capacity. Now, as far as the appointment of a new chief, that is really going to be up to the administration And I can't really speak to that too much, Patty. I just know that the community can trust that those of us that are here are going to carry on and do our jobs, and we're here to serve the community as we always have. It's just sad that we're not going to have Chief Ignacio along with us for this ride. So,
I'm hearing from the legal community. One attorney says, sad for Steve, such a genuine good guy. What a loss. Police officers, in the climate right now, Kim, there's always in pursuit of more and more recruits to the department. And I know that, the chief was very active in trying to find the best way. To not only recruit officers, but I think the problem is retaining them, right? And this has been an age-old problem for the police department. In your capacity as major, as a leader within the Guam Police Department, were there any programs that he formulated that could make this problem a little more palatable? I think in jurisdictions all over the country, police shortages are a thing. But how different is it for Guam? Have we come close to maybe some sort of sound resolution that would provide incentives for them to stay?
Yeah, I think things have been picking up. We've in recent times, and Patty, off the top of my head, and mind you, I'm lacking some sleep now, but because I haven't slept, and we've made progress, and I know this was a thing. We would have command staff meetings, and it was something that the chief would bring up during the command staff meetings about different ways we were going to try to recruit and also retain officers. And I think there are a number of factors affecting our ability to recruit, and it may just be a generational thing. When I first joined, it was for many of us, it was something that we had a passion for, to serve and protect the people of our community, and and we didn't make very much money back then. And I think oftentimes, and it's by no fault of the younger generations, it's just something that you've seen the progression, and I hope nobody gets offended by this, but make more money, do less and make more money. Whereas when I first got in, you did more, you got less money and you did more. But we found a lot of satisfaction in going out and helping people and making a difference. And so the chief he really did try. I know that we had some. There were a couple of recruitment efforts. We had lots of applicants, by the way. But remember, there's a process that they have to go through, right? And because these people have to be vetted, they go through interviews, they go through, and you establish those lists, and then once that list is established by DOA, and I'm talking about applicants who have taken a test and actually passed a written test, then they go through a number of other tests, right? A psych eval, drug test, what else? A background check. And that's how the department kind of weeds out those that may not be suited for the job. And it's been a tough one, but we're making great efforts. I teach part-time at Guam, at GCC at Guam Community College, and I'm constantly recruiting in my classes. Actually, as a matter of fact, recently one of my students came on board as a fingerprint examiner.
Oh, well, okay, recruiting in the classroom, good.
Hey, even one is a lot for us, right? So,
yeah. Kim, I appreciate. I was reluctant to call you because I knew that you'd been up, and I was also reluctant to call you because I feel like there's a motion amongst those in the police department. I'm sure that are coming to grips. Maybe some are still finding it out. What we do appreciate, from our vantage point, from our radio stations here, he was a friend of Power 98. He worked with our talent to be able to help start these programs. We have these harebrained ideas on how to keep keep control in the schools, and he was always willing and ready to assist in any of these kinds of campaigns that we were doing on the radio. And that was also to include the Talk with the Chief. He was one of the OGs in starting that program on the radio, where once a week he would get on the radio and discuss things that are happening in the Guam Police Department. And for many of us, it helped to sort of temper that strict, follow the rules, black or white law making and law enforcing that many in the public had for the police department, and it took away it took away a lot of the mystery, and it showed that these were humans that were working for humans, and that was a legacy that he is leaving, at least with us on our stations. And we were proud to have been able to, over the years, be friends not only with him but with the Guam Police Department, and we remain so with Cop Talk every Tuesday. So thanks so much for picking up the phone, my friend.
That was Cop Talk was a good thing, but I just want to stress also that sometimes it's hard. I shouldn't even say sometimes. Maybe oftentimes it's hard for us to respond with too much information.
Yeah.
Only because of the possibility of compromising, say, an investigation, right?
Sure.
And really, ultimately, we are doing our jobs to serve our community, and we're not doing a good job if we're releasing too much information, and our suspects are out there and privy to the same information, right? This information. It just it's a tough balancing act. But before we get off, Patti, thank you for calling and reaching out to me and calling me. But I just want to say, Steve was genuinely a good soul. He was genuinely a good man, very intelligent. He has awesome children, and his children are a reflection of who he was as a person, as a father, and as a leader within the Guam Police Department. If you ever run into them or if you meet them, you'll understand what I'm talking about. But yes, it's a big loss, but we want to also assure the community that we will continue to serve, and we are here, and we'll carry the load as best we can.
Well said, Kim. Thanks, girl. I'll talk to you soon. God bless you.
Okay,
and the
Patti.
police department.
Thank you. Take care. Bye-bye.
My pleasure. It is 8 o'clock in the morning now. We'll hit that AP News, and then we got a little bit of stuff happening on the end of that with DICE and the National Weather Service, KGUM-FM, and Daddy Do Guam.
AP News. I'm Ed Donahue. A shocker at the World Cup in Atlanta. It was little Cape Verde versus powerhouse Spain.
Cabo Verde! Cabo Verde!
Cape Verde didn't win, but they didn't lose either. It was a scoreless tie. Joe Barros was wearing Cape Verde colors.
We're a tiny country, and to play on a big stage like this against a powerhouse like Spain and draw is unbelievable. I'm proud. I think the whole country's proud. We had a huge fan base here today, and it speaks a lot about who we are as a group of people.
Spain fan Alvaro Checa was depressed. He's down, but not out.
Let's see. Sometimes you start off with the wrong foot and you win. So we still have time.
European champion Spain is one of the favorites to win the World Cup and was an overwhelming favorite to beat Cape Verde in its opening game. President Trump says the deal with Iran is signed. Formal signing is expected by the end of the week in Geneva. It means opening the Strait of Hormuz. Gas Buddy analyst Patrick DeHaan says the price of gas hasn't changed much yet.
The price of oil is moving, and that will likely start to impact gas prices as early as later tonight. But for the moment, there is a lag time to how markets respond and how quickly that shows up to gas stations.
Gulf oil producers that scale back production will need time to get oil moving again. Details of the deal with Iran have not been released. California Governor Gavin Newsom says President Trump has ordered the Justice Department to investigate him and his wife The nature of the alleged investigation was unclear. Newsom said in a video posted on X, federal agents in recent days have knocked on the doors of his friends and former employees and have asked for records. The Air Force says a B-52 Stratofortress crashed shortly after takeoff in California. Stocks are higher at the closing bell on Wall Street. This is AP News.
A rare first edition of Emily Bronte's Wuthering Heights, complete with spelling mistakes, is up for auction for the first time in more than a century, as the romance gains new fans through the movie earlier in the year with Margot Robbie.
What should you do, Heathcliff? If you were rich?
Christie's auction house said Monday it's the first copy of the novel in the publisher's original cloth binding to be auctioned since 1908. Only about 250 copies of the first edition were printed. This one has been in a private library since shortly after its publication in 1847. The book, along with a copy of her sister Anne Bronte's Agnes Grey, is expected to sell for between $540,000 and $800,000 at a June 30th auction in London. Both books carry their male pen names, Ellis Bell for Emily, Acton Bell for Anne. I'm Julie Walker.
I'm Ed Donahue, AP News.
You're listening to Mornings with Patti, where the conversation belongs to everyone.
Papa de Guam, this is Josh Wisnett from the National Weather Service with your Tuesday morning, June 16 forecast. Mostly isolated showers are expected today, with island heat and possibly bringing showers to western Guam this afternoon. Winds will be mostly around 10 to 15 miles per hour, so those showers will likely get pushed offshore. Shower coverage may increase tonight to scattered. Combined seas of around 3 feet will continue today as an east swell moves in and seas build the rest of the week to around 5 feet. A low risk of rip currents along all reefs is expected through tonight, and this may increase to moderate along east and north basin reefs starting on Wednesday as that east swell builds in. For the latest forecasts from us here at the National Weather Service, visit us at weather.gov/GUM or dial 211. Hope everyone has a great day.
My name is Erica and my son Kason is a patient at Shriners Children's. My oldest called me and said Kason got burnt. The trauma doctor came in and said he needs to go to Shriners.
His injury was a big injury, and I think a testament to the care that we provide. He's fully functional. He's riding his dirt bike, doing all of the things that you would want him to do.
We're just so thankful that Kason is still here. Go online right now to loveshriners.org.
Real talent is defined by what people can do, not where they learn to do it. So by stopping at the education section of a resume, you might throw away the perfect hire. Skills First Hiring helps you see talent others miss, like more than 70 million stars, skilled through alternative routes. Let their story unfold and gain a competitive advantage, because hiring managers who start with skills are 60% more likely to find a successful hire. Hire skills first. Learn why at tearthepaperceiling.org. Brought to you by Opportunity at Work and the Ad Council.
We're all for first-time guests and longtime friends. All for First Light and Starlight. For road trips and trail runs. All for mountaintops and monuments. River bends and battlefields. We're all for showing up and giving back. To protect, to preserve, to pass it on. All parks depend on us, and we're all for parks. Join us at nationalparks.org/allforparks.
Hi, human. I'm a micro monster, swimming around in your plastic water bottle. But I can't wait to swim in your bloodstream soon.
Microplastics are micro monsters.
Drink me. Wait, what are you doing?
But you can fight back by using glass or metal reusable water bottles.
No!
Don't let microplastic micro monsters invade your body. Find more ways to fight back at stopmicromonsters.org.
Raise your eyes to the sky for a symbol of national pride that actually started out as a controversial high school homework assignment. Welcome to the National Day Spotlight for June 16th.
As we wave our banners for National Flag Week, the design of our current 50-star American flag features a brilliant origin story born from a classroom critique. In 1958, a 17-year-old Ohio high school student named Bob Heft anticipated the statehood of Alaska and Hawaii. For a history class project, he spent 12 hours meticulously cutting and stitching a new grid pattern for the 50 stars. His teacher handed the project back with a deflating B- grade, telling him the design lacked creativity. However, Heft boldly sent his prototype directly to the White House, where President Eisenhower personally selected it out of thousands of entries to become our official national banner. This week, display Old Glory outside your home with pride, and never let a critic downsize your biggest ideas. It might be worth extra credit.
You know, I'm betting some of the kids in that class got A's. And what they did doesn't have the standing power that the flag has.
Yeah, it's interesting that teacher gave it a B- grade.
We are also celebrating World Sea Turtle Day and National Fudge Day. I'm Alice Anderson.
And I'm Marlo Anderson with National Day Calendar, reminding you to celebrate every day.
If you're looking for world-class website hosting at a fair price, Pair Networks is your best choice. Founded in the early days of the web and still going strong today, Pair Networks now hosts over 150,000 websites for its demanding customers worldwide. Setting the standards for excellence, Pair Networks has a technical and support staff that's second to none. A highly stable company with top-of-the-line technology, Pair Networks offers total reliability and flexibility for your website, and even a money-back guarantee. Whether you're a professional web designer or a beginner just getting your site online, Pair Networks has a web hosting plan that's right for you. Make the move today. Log on and learn more at pair.com. That's PAIR.com. Pair Networks. World-class web hosting at a fair price. Visit us at pair.com. Pair Networks.
The road to Adelaide is off and running. This time, we sit down with Republican candidate Speaker Frank Blass and Dr. Mary Okada. Catch the full conversation that took place on May 7th on the Wave 105's YouTube channel. Stay informed and hear their vision for Guam's future. Wave 105 is a glimpse of Guam radio station.
Wave 105, keeping Guam informed, inspired, and in the conversation. Glimpses Media.
Feeling high, summer smoke a lime. Mirror says, woo, gonna do some harm. I'm the one, yeah, I bring the charm. Step aside, let a real one through. Thunder in my walk, lightning in my shoes. Just to watch, baby, I'm the view.
105.1 The Wave is the talk of Guam. Keep that good vibe going right here on Mornings with Patti.
Watch me do it like, I do it like, I do it like.
Watch me do it like, I do it like.
Get it? Patti, you can do a FIFA performance.
Oh.
You're almost there, Patti.
I'm almost there.
You're almost there, Patti.
It's just that right now I have a stomach ache.
That's okay. We're only human,
You ever
Patti.
been on these trips?
Okay, what kind of trip are you going on?
Well,
'Cause I be tripping. What kind of
yeah,
trip
I was
we
gonna.
going?
I knew that was coming. I should have rephrased.
Come
but
on, Patti.
No.
What
I
you
was
need?
just telling Dice last
talk to me.
hour. I said, I have never had jet lag whoop my butt so bad than this one. And people talk about as you get older, it becomes harder. I don't necessarily have those issues.
Okay.
I wake up at 3:45. So me waking up at 3:45 randomly is not a problem. In fact, flying over from that side is
You're
perfect
up
for me.
at 3 o'clock. We
Three-
could work out, bro.
Let's go.
We could totally work.
Where are we
I didn't know
going,
you
though?
were up there.
One of us is going to get a ticket.
Why would we get it for exercising?
Nah, I think one of us is going to get a ticket.
For exercising.
For parking somewhere we're not supposed
No,
to.
we're gonna do good. Okay.
Okay,
continue.
well, anyway,
3:45. You're up. You're not feeling good. Okay, what's going on?
No, 3 o'clock. It's not unusual for me to wake up that early and be at work. In fact, it's conducive that time to travel because the time difference actually works in my favor. Right. People suffer, jet lag, because they're not getting enough sleep for one thing, whatever jet lag is. So, they come in at 7 o'clock at night, and by the time they're in bed, showered and ready it's like 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock. That's what that Hawaii flight does, right? And if you're coming from further than Hawaii, then you're really going to suffer. And then they have to get up. They get up with like eyes wide open at 3 o'clock, and like, how did that happen? Because your time clock was from wherever you just left. That doesn't bother me. Never has bothered me. This trip is whooping my doggin. It's just, I'm like tired all the time. I have a stomach ache. I do not know what's going on. I do not know what's going on. And then because when I have these issues, I autopsy it to death. I will provide an autopsy report to myself. And so I go through all of the things that happened in that trip, and then I try to apply it to my energy level now and what was different. And what normally wouldn't have been a big deal is traveling. There was an event. My grandson graduated. So there's a reasonable amount of, not even a whole lot of any planning involved in that, basically, just to show up, right? But they were moving their house. When I got to their house, it was already empty. We were sleeping on mattresses that hadn't been moved out yet in empty rooms, right? So all of the kitchen stuff was gone. That was kind of a great source of stress for me because we still could have been cooking dinner. At least we still could have had food and then packed all that stuff, minimal stuff. Anyway, but I remember just there was a constant move, constant cleaning up, packing up, and then in the end going to the graduation. Then the very next day, in that afternoon, we were packing up boxes and loading them up because we had to be out of there by the 31st of May. So it was kind of a thing, and it was a lot of physical. She's like a 2-story house. God, I hate these houses. Okay. And the steps are much steeper than I'm used to. Mm-hmm. I can fly up these stairs no problem. Hers was like I was belabored because the steps were so short. These ones are a little bit longer, right? Your stride is a little bit longer. These ones you're constantly anyway, and then you're carrying a 20-pound box or bag or something. So there was a lot of physical exertion. So when I got home, I had the weekend and I thought I could recover, but boy, it just whooped me, and members of my family are hurting. So there's that. So this morning I was telling Dice, I said, yes, I have these stomach issues. I just don't have an appetite. I'm just not feeling it, right? I don't want to eat. I'm like on bare minimum food. So this morning I went to the store and I got an array of things I may or may not want to eat. Okay. And so Dice is like, I'm shoving food at her. You got to eat this. And really the only thing that's sticking is this banana bread and this Trident gum.
I'm good.
Yeah. So, and I'm like, hey, you want some of this? She's like, no. And I go, hey, I also got lumpia. She's like, what? So we had a conversation. Balalo. Help me out. Balalo is a Filipino kadu.
Okay, fine.
She's saying, no, it's not.
Fine. Okay.
It's a chamorro kadu. They just added more vegetables.
I think so.
It's got that big, huge beef rib bone in it.
Right.
Which I'm not mad at.
It is so good.
But the soup to me is they like putting sugar in things.
There was no sugar this time. It's at Ben.
I love Ben and Yan's. If I'm
Ben
going,
and Yan's.
I love Ben and Yan's.
It was my first time to go there.
Oh, really?
I've never been there before. It was my
They have
first
all the
time
good
to go
stuff there.
Right? I was like,
Yeah.
what am I doing here?
Mm-hmm.
First time to go there. Nonetheless, it was a great time.
Yeah.
And that's what I had. Bulalo. And some kind of a tapioca type of a pastry cake, something. I don't know what that was. That was a little on the sweet side, and me and sugar just don't get along in certain areas, but it's okay. Can't do sugary foods, bro.
Yeah, you got to be careful with that.
I can't do, like Jollibee's got that, sugary spaghetti.
I can't do that.
I can't do it.
You know what, man? Some things are not supposed to happen.
It's just not working with me. So my palate works at corned beef with sugar. It's like, bro, is there?
No. But some Asian cooking requires, a lot of Asian cooking requires them putting sugar, like sweet meats. Koreans do it. Japan does it with their teriyaki sauces, right?
Yeah.
Philippines definitely does it. They put sugar in pretty much everything. Thai cooking.
Okay.
All of these Asian countries really rely a lot on sugar as a staple of a recipe.
Love Thailand food, bro.
I love Thai food too.
I love Thai food, Korean food. Man, I like Asian food.
Yeah.
I really do.
And I also was breaking apart because we were talking about our diets when we were gone. You were gone for 2 weeks.
Yeah, I can't do Mongolian dishes, and I don't like curry. So don't give me Indian food.
Lord, huh?
Sorry. I don't like curry.
Well, Those are two Asian dishes,
I don't
but
want
it's
to
not.
sweat while I'm eating my food. It's like,
Yeah.
I don't want to do that. I want to look cute and eat my food. I don't want to look all ill.
And that's really hard to do with Asian foods, and you're eating
so
rice and you're
hot,
sucking
dude.
on bones,
Yeah,
and
bro, it's like-
your mouth is bleeding because the Denancy is so hot.
It's like, dude, you got scales in your hair. Bro.
That's that good.
Bro, you got scale in your hair.
When you're wearing your food, you know it's been a good session.
It's like, bro, you got scales on your hair.
That's funny.
It's
Scales. I am a bone sucker, though.
Okay, got
I'm
you.
like eating manteca. I'm eating cartilage. I'm digging on all of the collagen on the end.
I'm good.
That's why when you give me a piece of meat,
Okay.
if it doesn't have a bone on it, I'm sus.
Is that healthy? Or are you just
Cartilage and tendon
Yeah.
and I mean, why wouldn't it be? I mean,
She's like, yeah, it is.
we have a whole population
know.
of humanity that sucks on bones and only wants the pieces where the manteca is or the tendons are.
We want the food and you want the bone.
Yeah, this
marrow.
is true
It's
because
like,
you are
dude.
that kind of person. You're just like you're the person who like would eat the chicken. I'm like, can I eat the end of that? But your mouth has been all over it, so it's not appetizing anymore. We were just talking about that when you're eating chicken,
Right.
and then you don't eat the cartilage at the end.
Right.
You didn't
Okay.
really eat the chicken. You
No.
ate the meat.
I ate
That's
the
not
meat.
the same thing.
No, I'm good.
I got to be sucking on the bone at the end.
Is that healthy?
Sure,
It's
why not?
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Why would it not be healthy?
don't think it
not
is.
as not. If you're talking about giving me a piece of meat and all I'm eating is the fat off of it, not healthy.
Right? Yeah.
But if you're eating tendon and cartilage, there's a lot of collagen in these things.
You're eating the bone.
No, well, like bone marrow. There's a lot of protein in that.
Now there's protein. There was protein on the outside of it before you got to that bone, and that was a good protein. Now you just want the bone protein. It's like,
I swear I'm not making it up.
I don't know.
I'm not making
good.
it up.
I'll pass. Be like, no, I'm good.
Is bone marrow full of protein? Yes or no? I mean, I think so.
I don't think it's good.
You think I just made that up because I like to
think-
suck on the
I
bones?
think that's gross. I don't know. It's not.
Really?
I don't think so.
You've clearly never been hungry.
Oh, I've been hungry. Oh,
You've not been hungry enough to
I've been
suck the guts out of the bone. You know that big old wad of marrow that's in the bone?
Or like the
It's like
oxtail? No.
Yeah. Or you get me a good beef shank and you have me sucking out of those little holes. That's like butter.
I'm good. Yeah. It's you know what butter is.
And butter's fat.
Exactly.
But that's not
Thank you. Thank you. So you probably should not be eating that either, fatty.
What?
No, the buttery bone, whatever that is that you're eating out of the bone. Probably shouldn't be eating that either. But you know what? I'm not a doctor, so I'm not sure. But Balalo is my new jam. Balalo.
Okay.
Balalo. Balalo is
Or
my
balalo.
new jam. Whatever
Balalo?
it is my jam.
I
Whatever
don't.
it is.
It's Filipino kadu is basically
It's really
every culture has a kadu.
I love it, and it's got like that Napa cabbage or whatever.
Oh,
that
I
is.
love Napa cabbage and soup.
Oh my
Wait, you just ate this for the
It
very
was
first time?
so good.
Did you eat the whole thing?
You know what the pot?
Can we good to go it?
I think so. I don't know. I didn't get that. See, right? If they
If do,
I'm on it. I'm gonna get you some.
I'll try it because my stomach is hurting and kadu is the only good thing for that. Bone marrow is the only good thing for that.
Okay. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah. Let me see. Okay. 23 minutes after 8 o'clock now that we've got that little piece of importance over with.
A little piece of importance. Yeah.
That was
See?
really...
Yeah, Bulalo is 100% Filipino. I
Uh-huh.
gotta stay in my lane. I'll stay in my lane.
Yeah, she goes, there's not kadu. It's like, there's
it's
no such
kadu.
thing as
They're like,
Filipino kadu. It's chamorro.
I thought it was
Well, I
tomorrow.
thought that maybe the fact that you knew you were eating in a Filipino
Right.
restaurant was a dead giveaway that
Yeah.
all the food on
All
the
the
menu
food.
was
I was like,
Filipino.
yeah, dude, I know what this is, bro. My dad makes this like it's bulaloo. I was like, no, my dad makes it.
Do they
My
do it
dad
on
is
Good to Go?
Chamorro. I'm like, my dad's tomorrow, so this can't be correct. So it was really good. I'm looking for it. I all of a sudden forgot how to spell Yans. Yans. Ben
Y-A-N apostrophe S.
It's the and Yans, Ben and Yans, or is it
Yeah.
Ben and Yans? And or is it a?
Ben and Yans.
Okay, all right.
Oh.
What?
Ben and then Yans.
Ben
oh,
and
good.
right? You know what I'm saying, right?
Yeah.
Ben and Yans or Ben and the.
Oh,
See, you know what I'm saying?
I just say it
'cause
so
I can
fast so
find
many
it.
times.
I do too. I do too. It's right across from the mall, so I know
Yeah,
where
yeah,
it's
yeah,
at.
yeah.
And it's so delicious, Patty.
I've
and
been
it's
there.
affordable, and you know I'm cheap, so I'm
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I'm like, oh, did you
It
say
says Ben
yeah?
and-
Wow, salty much. I'm not cheap, Patty.
I didn't say you were.
I did. Everyone just heard. I said, Patty, you know I'm cheap. You're like, yeah. And I'm like, wow.
Actually,
Whoa.
you're not. I don't know why I
Thank you.
agreed.
Yeah,
I was,
exactly.
Because it says
Wow.
Ben and apostrophe Yans.
Okay. See, that's why I couldn't find it. Okay. Yeah.
And guess what the first video is? Bulalo.
See, that's the jam, Patty. That is the one. And the vegetables.
Yeah, they're
and then
all
you
the
can add
vegetables.
potatoes if you want to.
Oh, I love potatoes and kadu.
Yeah, and it's fancy
And it
potatoes.
has like
ridges.
vinadeni, because in Filipino restaurants here they ask you if you want.
They love the
Chinese
vinegar.
restaurants. They're good with the vinadeni. They know
The
you like it.
vinegar finadeni. They have the vinegar one. Do you want the vinegar one? Not the soy sauce finadeni. It's the vinegar finadeni with the onions.
Oh, okay.
You want that one?
I thought they did sauce. What, can you ask him to get soy sauce?
You know, first of all, it's 8 o'clock. I don't even think these folks are even open yet.
No,
but
they're
I'm
not-
trying.
they're not
We're
open.
trying to make something happen here, but we're going to sort of figure this out, kind of ish.
Opens at 10.
See?
Yeah, that's not gonna work.
That's not gonna work. Okay, what's next on our list?
Oh, geez. Okay, we have a list.
We got a list.
Oh, you're trying to feed me, is what you're trying to.
Yeah,
You're trying to make sure that
yeah.
my stomach is.
Because I'm looking at your little. Your
You know,
spread.
the kadu at King's
gotta-
is top notch.
It is. You're feeling that. You're feeling
the
that.
beef shake kadu at King's is top notch. I think that they run out of that pretty quickly.
Oh man. Well, okay, all right.
What?
We can try. Well, yesterday we had the Loco Moco, and that was really good.
Mhm.
And they didn't give us the Loco Moco was really good.
They just didn't give us forks.
Yeah.
That was a small little.
I think because they knew that we're islanders and we're just all of a sudden.
Oh, we're just gonna eat with our
hands.
fingers. And everything.
Like, just use
Those
your hands.
natives in radio,
natives
they don't
in
need
radio.
any utensils.
I think that's what they did. They're like, oh, it's for the radio station. They
Yeah,
can use
we
their
don't need
hands.
things. They don't need to give them that. We've ordered from them so many times that we're like kitchen staff already. We're like family.
Because that's what you were doing when Triple J was here the last time. You were
What?
using your hands, digging through everything.
I did,
When
bro.
Chef Mio-
You
when,
know
Chef
what?
was
You
here.
know, King's Kadu. Okay, Laura
Okay.
confirms King's Kadu
King's Kadu.
is the thing. But no, you're right about that, because it was a fancy
whole
hotel.
spread.
And I'm talking about chefs. Chefs eat with their fingers, and if anybody knows what it's like to eat Chamorro food, Kelligwood and the like, it would be Chef Brendan. You know, he makes this stuff. You don't just make beef Kelligwood and then you pull out. That was for the reason why they did that is that's for sanitary purposes. They're a hotel bringing food to us, basically takeout. So they want to make sure that they provided, utensils so that we're not spreading germs on their dime.
Yeah.
And I'm like sticking my fingers in the Kelligwood. It was just my nail.
Well, oh God, Patty. Yeah, we can't be related. That's just. You just slowly get knocked off the family tree. You're like hanging from a branch right now, barely hanging from a branch right now. We got that one leaf.
I have acceptance issues in my own family. I get it.
It's like that one leaf right there.
I understand.
Patty's
I
got her
understand.
nails in the food.
I just I have.
But
really,
what was the coconut milk chicken? Because Spell was asking about that. The coconut.
Oh,
milk.
that was Kodimpika.
The coconut milk with the coconut milk in it.
The first time I ever tried Kodimpika, it had coconut milk. It was coconut milk, but his secret is he does the kadu, which is like stafao.
Yes.
Not the kadu,
yes.
but the I guess
That
it
was
is.
really good.
He did it with achoti.
Aha. Okay.
So a
The
lot of
powder
the
or
flavor from
seed?
that soup, I'm pretty sure he does seed.
The seed, right? Not the
I
powder.
asked him this question one time, and he said yes.
Okay,
seed
seeds
all
it
the
is.
way.
Seeds all the way. Okay.
Seeds all the way. So
Okay.
the kadu part of the stafao, kadimpika, was not the whole vinegar situation like you make
Okay.
it with stafao.
Right.
It was a toti, and he put some denancy and some other fresh doni.
Everything's in
that
there.
made the kadu part of it, and then he added coconut oil.
Because you were eating all the grass like a goat. I'm like,
Oh, the lemongrass.
what are you doing? I'm like, what is she? Do we not have visitors? I'm like, what are we? I'm over here, meh.
You give me now. You should know better. You should, if you put Kelligwin and you put Tatitas and you put like a brisket and then you bring me some Denancy, there will be fingers involved in the feeding of my face. It's like makes no sense.
Grass.
And then so they gave me some lemongrass, and the only way to taste whether
all the
lemongrass
seasonings.
is you bite into the stem to see how lemongrassy it is.
Nice. Okay.
And even chef is like, oh, she bit into the stem.
She bit into the stem.
I did.
Yes,
I
you
did. I
Yes,
bit into
she
the
took
stem.
the stem. And
But
I'm
it
like,
was
that's
good.
the best part. And I'm like, there she go. There goes all the flavor.
Oxtail stew.
Oxtail
and-
stew.
Oxtail stew and kuddu soup. Oh, that's over at Jamaican Grill.
Oxtail. No, I'm good. I'm good.
Jamaican oxtail stew. I hear that that's really good.
Okay, is it gonna be? Is it like curry type or how? Because Jamaicans have different dishes. They got
Yeah.
like that jerk chicken and some interesting stuff. But
She's just trying to tell us that these are the places that we can get from good to go right now.
Oxtail.
But King's Kuddu and King's Ham Hocks, those two are really good. The ham hocks ham
I
hocks
love
with
me
the
some ham hocks. I love that. That was some mango
and
beans.
it's not
mango
curry
beans.
type. She said the Jamaican oxtail stew is not curry type. It's really good.
It's really good. See, here we go, man, with the food reviews. It's like,
Look at us.
and no, like, it's really good. And then we try it. It's like, Laura. I'm like, Laura, you told me it was delicious. I wasted my last $20 on this dish, Laura. And it's
And
not
then
gonna be
she
good.
said,
What's up?
The beef soup kuddu has local fresh veggies. Okay, that's good. Better than the canned ones.
Okay.
I'm just joking.
That's a win. That's a
Oh.
win.
All
No,
right.
yeah, I'll take fresh vegetables. Yeah,
Maybe
okay.
I'll just go home and make kuddu. I don't know.
You're going to make some kuddu?
Oh, dear God. I
Yes,
said it out
like
loud,
the
didn't
coconut
I?
milk one, or like how are you
I
going to
don't
do?
know.
You're going to do like
I'm
the
not
typhoon
very
one?
good at making kuddu. That's my problem.
You're being lazy.
No.
The
Well, this is
typhoon
true.
Or
I changed my mind. I'll have somebody else make it.
like, "Do I
No,
wanna
the
cut
problem with this is, and Tia says this to me all the time, Mom, do you want me to make it so that you'll eat it? That's the chant in my house at dinner time. If I want something and I make it, I am likely not to eat it. You know what that feeling is like, right? You're at the barbecue grill all day. You're hanging with your buddies. You're eating your donut and you're doing your thing with
Picking at it the whole
you're
time.
picking at the food, and then they say, "Hey, the food is open. The table's open. Come and eat." You're like, "Yeah, I'll pass."
Yeah,
I
right.
just ate all of that right now.
I just tried all that. I had some
Yeah.
already.
Yeah.
I had a little bit more than
Yeah,
you think.
yeah.
Okay.
So that's probably not going to
All
happen.
right. Well, Ron's Diner's got some really good food too. Have you ever been to Ron's Diner?
I have.
Don't sleep.
My
on Ron's
friend,
Diner.
my cousin actually catered her entire birthday party
Stop it.
from Ron's Diner.
Ron's Diner. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, Patty.
She apparently had money. Karen.
I was gonna say you got Ron's Diner money.
Yeah,
you got some
for
Ron's
real.
Diner money. Okay, don't sleep on Ron's Diner. They got really great food over there too, Patty.
She's now sending me the entire menu of Jamaican Grill.
Good God.
Oh, look at that. They've got like
Don't-
pumpkin.
Pass. Pumpkin what?
No, inside their
I don't
stew.
eat pumpkin.
Okra? I
Nope.
love okra. String beans?
Why is okra slimy like that? What is up with that? Why is it slimy? You don't want to know. See, I don't want none. I don't want none. I don't want no pumpkin. I don't want none of that. All that. No, I don't want none.
Acorn squash, I think.
I'm
is the
good.
thing.
Anything that's got fibers on the outside, I don't want it.
Really?
No, I don't want it. The texture's just.
I don't know. Hard to chew.
Yeah, I'm like, why are we eating cactus? Food is stabbing me. It's a weapon. I don't want it. No, I'm good.
Oh my God.
Okay.
All right. So we're good.
We're good.
We're
We
hitting
are
the top of the hour, or bottom of the hour. Let's go ahead and take that break, eh?
Yes.
Okay. Be right back.
My name is Emma. I am 13 years old. 6 years ago, I was injured in a car accident that left me paralyzed from the waist down. Once I completed rehab, my mom applied for a canine companion service dog. Last January, I finally got to meet my service dog, Marcia. We quickly developed a very strong bond. Together, we go to my horseback riding lessons, school band practice, swim meets, and archery classes. Together, we pick vegetables, and we like to cut flowers. I love Marcia. She makes me feel like together we can do anything. I can't imagine life without her. She's a part of the family. We are just one of the thousands of teams Canine Companions has paired together over the past 50 years. With your help, we can continue for another 50. Visit canine.org to see the many ways you can change lives.
I can tell that we are gonna be friends.
Do you hear that? And that? And that? Those are the sounds of a healthy and vibrant community. And to this United Way volunteer, nothing sounds better. They're the sounds of children being given greater chances to succeed in school. The sounds of neighbors receiving the support needed to overcome challenges, both big and small. They're the sounds of families gaining access to quality health care and nutritious food for their tables. And they're the sounds of members of our community who've benefited from United Way's financial education programs. See, wherever there's a need in our communities, there's a United Way. People working together to respond and growing the good for everyone. United is the way. So join us by getting involved or giving back. Learn more at unitedway.org.
Talking about guns with others might not always feel comfortable, but it could save a life. Here's a way to start a conversation. Your family is going over to your neighbor's home for dinner for the first time. How would you ask if there are any unlocked guns in the home?
Hey, we're so excited for tonight. Before we come over, may I ask a few questions?
Yeah, of course.
Do you have any pets?
Yes, we have a dog.
Great. Do you have a pool outside?
Nope, just a big old backyard.
Nice. Another question. Are there any unlocked guns in the home?
Our guns are stored securely, locked in a safe that the kids can't access.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Now, let's just talk about what we can bring for dessert.
Learn how to have the conversation at agreetoagree.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the Ad Council.
My name is Erica. My son, Kason, is a patient at Shriners Children. My oldest called me and said Kason got burnt. The trauma doctor came in and said he needs to go to Shriners.
His injury was a big injury, and I think a testament to the care that we provide. He's fully functional. He's riding his dirt bike, doing all of the things that you would want him to do.
We're just so thankful that Kason is still here. Go online right now to loveshriners.org.
Real talent is defined by what people can do, not where they learn to do it. So by stopping at the education section of a resume, you might throw away the perfect hire. Skills First Hiring helps you see talent others miss, like more than 70 million stars, skilled through alternative routes. Let their story unfold and gain a competitive advantage, because hiring managers who start with skills are 60% more likely to find a successful hire. Hire skills first. Learn why at tearthepaperceiling.org. Brought to you by Opportunity at Work and the Ad Council.
We are all for first-time guests and longtime friends. All for First Light and Starlight. For road trips and trail runs. All for mountaintops and monuments. River bends and battlefields. We're all for showing up and giving back. To protect, to preserve, to pass it on. All parks depend on us, and we're all for parks. Join us at nationalparks.org/allforparks.
Hi, human. I'm a micro monster, swimming around in your plastic water bottle. But I can't wait to swim in your bloodstream soon.
Microplastics are micro monsters.
Drink me. Wait, what are you doing?
But you can fight back by using glass or metal reusable water bottles.
No!
Don't let microplastic micro monsters invade your body. Find more ways to fight back at stopmicromonsters.org.
Raise your eyes to the sky for a symbol of national pride that actually started out as a controversial high school homework assignment. Welcome to the National Day Spotlight for June 16th.
As we wave our banners for National Flag Week, the design of our current 50-star American flag features a brilliant origin story born from a classroom critique. In 1958, a 17-year-old Ohio high school student named Bob Heft anticipated the statehood of Alaska and Hawaii. For a history class project, he spent 12 hours meticulously cutting and stitching a new grid pattern for the 50 stars. His teacher handed the project back with a deflating B- grade, telling him the design lacked creativity. However, Heft boldly sent his prototype directly to the White House, where President Eisenhower personally selected it out of thousands of entries to become our official national banner. This week, display Old Glory outside your home with pride, and never let a critic downsize your biggest ideas. It might be worth extra credit.
You know, I'm betting some of the kids in that class got A's. And what they did doesn't have the standing power
Yeah.
that the flag has.
Yeah, it's interesting that teacher gave it a B- grade.
We are also celebrating World Sea Turtle Day and National Fudge Day. I'm Alice Anderson.
And I'm Marlo Anderson with National Day Calendar, reminding you to celebrate every day.
If you're looking for world-class website hosting at a fair price, Pair Networks is your best choice. Founded in the early days of the web and still going strong today, Pair Networks now hosts over 150,000 websites for its demanding customers worldwide. Setting the standards for excellence, Pair Networks has a technical and support staff that's second to none. A highly stable company with top-of-the-line technology, Pair Networks offers total reliability and flexibility for your website, and even a money-back guarantee. Whether you're a professional web designer or a beginner just getting your site online, Pair Networks has a web hosting plan that's right for you. Make the move today. Log on and learn more at pair.com. That's PAIR.com. Pair Networks. World-class web hosting at a fair price. Visit us at pair.com. Pair Networks.
The road to Adelup is off and running. This time, we sit down with Republican candidate Speaker Frank Blass and Dr. Mary Okada. Catch the full conversation that took place on May 7th on the Wave 105's YouTube channel. Stay informed and hear their vision for Guam's future. Wave 105 is a glimpses of Guam radio station.
Wave 105, keeping Guam informed, inspired, and in the conversation. Glimpses Media.
I might be too taboo. I have tried to be a girl with good intentions.
Giving me some Amy Winehouse, a little bit of Olivia Dean, a lot of Ray.
Okay. Yes. Yay. Ah.
Feeling
Good
it?
job. Good job. Okay.
Okay.
All my favorites. All my favorites. Good job. Okay. I love me some Olivia Dean.
Yeah, me too. I love Olivia Dean.
These British artists, man, they're taking
taking over. But Amy Winehouse, she was the monument. You know what I mean? It started from her smoky Motown,
right?
Sort of approach to music that really got people interested. And then, a lot of these little girls at that time, when Amy Winehouse was doing her thing, were already forming their kind of genre, that voice, that jazzy, sexy, bassy kind of style that a lot of a lot of female singers have adopted, and I'm here for it. There's another one who does a song. I don't know if you. A lot of them are little known, and I'm pretty sure that she's not little known. But I have a playlist full of songs that a lot of people probably go like, "Oh, that's so cheesy." But I have a playlist of songs by a woman. God, let me get her name. She is.
AI.
No way.
No, I don't know. No, I don't know. Is she?
No. There's one. Her name is Irma.
Irma. Okay.
You ever heard of her?
Irma. No.
Okay. Irma does another one of those. Whoa, I can't sing. That's Eminem. Eminem does not have a nice word.
We love Irma.
Irma. It's called Nobody Wins.
The ocean comes to fade and glow.
No.
I've seen the light, the dark of the night, the highs.
Predictable song. Her name
Very
is Irma.
Very soul.
But she reminds me of another artist that's up and coming.
She's got a great voice.
She does. Yeah, she reminds me of that. And who's got a better voice? And her name is Rose. Roze. You ever heard her?
No.
Ooh-wee. That's a good one. Roze. Big girl. She's but she is an incredible singer. Anyway, she's another one that's up and coming who's trying to bust through but hasn't done yet.
Okay.
Is this me playing something? Okay, that is me. Yeah. Oh, sorry. That's
Irma,
Yukon. Irma Thomas.
Irma
okay?
Thomas.
Yeah, that's Carlos. Romeo just said it was Irma Thomas.
Irma Thomas.
But the other one, who's the girl? Oh, Inga Rose.
Inga Rose.
Inga Rose is another one of those.
Soul? Is that also soul?
Yeah,
Are we
she's.
looking at soul? Okay.
You see where I stand.
Okay.
She sings "Celebrate Me." You've heard it.
Okay.
I made it through more than they know.
She's. I'm sorry.
All right.
Yeah. So now you're talking my music. That's my vibe. That's been my vibe. That's been like a playlist that I started of these unknown artists that are just about to break it.
Inga Rose.
They're just about to break it. Irma and Inga Rose are two of the ones that are in my playlist that are
powerful voice. Extremely powerful.
Oh, and here's another one. Another one is called Arcos.
Okay. Okay.
There's a whole.
Rick was playing this in his office yesterday.
Was he?
He was playing whatever you just
This
something
one?
I think I walked in his office. He was playing. I was like, dude, what are you doing? He was playing one
These
of these.
are like a.
He was playing it in his office last night.
Oh.
I thought it was like Aretha Franklin. I'm like, bro, you listening to Aretha? I was like, this is Aretha Franklin. I'm like, did you need a moment?
I just got into this area of what they call neo jazz.
Neo jazz. That's a genre.
Yeah,
That's a genre.
That's a genre. I mean, I'm sure it's been around for longer than I've just discovered it. But
okay.
they've got some
I like
really,
jazz. I love jazz.
But it's a really interesting genre. That's neo jazz. If you look it up on maybe Apple Music, you'll be able to find just a ton of artists that do that.
Bridging classic jazz with hip hop, soul, and
there you
Afrobeat.
go.
Nice.
That's the
Soulful
one.
grooves, modern drum breaks.
Some of the Afrobeat is prominent in some of the songs more than others, but I think it's a vibe. I think it's a back road to Anderson at 4 a.m. kind of vibe.
Wow.
With your windows rolled down.
No, we don't play this back road in Anderson. No, man. No, we're not playing. Why are you playing it? Wow. No, this is not Route 15 music.
No, because I think it's going to make you.
That's not very Route 15. No, that's not Route 15.
Not Route 15. What the heck is Route 15 music then?
That's definitely not.
What's your Route 15?
Route 15.
John?
I mean, like this is like T.I. and Ludacris and. Yeah,
oh, okay.
That's Route 15.
You're left over.
Yeah. Man, I got like every. That's what we're playing.
Okay.
Scaring all the dogs and all.
Oh, I see what you're saying. You're going a little harder. You're going a little harder. Yeah, okay. You're at 3, 4 in the morning on the way to work. That's actually somebody's coming home time from last night. So I could see the Ludacris. I could see the playlist. I can hear the vibe. Not ready. I'm still at the club, baby.
There we go. We're going windows and walls at 4 a.m.
Yeah.
Loud much. It's like, yep, I'm on my way.
This is like my sunset. Sunset brand.
Sunset brand.
Like the sun is going down.
Okay. Oh, you're a sunset person?
Oh, bro, I'm a sunrise and a sunset person. Give me a good, give me a good balcony or a good sunset backyard outside, sitting down with the music just jamming. It doesn't have to play for the whole neighborhood, but I can even do it in my ears, with my pods. But I'm a definite. I grew up appreciating sunsets and happy hour because of my parents, right?
Sunset it is.
And mornings, I just, I've been doing early mornings since I was 20.
Okay.
So, I have a love for that early morning. I also am into this other. Oh, I know that you're going to hear it sooner or later, but no, I'm also into a. There's a group called Bossa Nova Terrace.
Bossa Nova Terrace, all right. Okay.
And so they have a thing. If you want it, go get it. It's called Morning Bossa Nova.
Okay. All right.
You feeling it?
Okay.
That's my morning song.
Got you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But they have a whole genre. It's called Bossa Nova Terrace, and they have a whole. I mean, it's a genre of bossa nova music.
Okay, I'm like I'm having like buffet at the Hyatt. It's like I'm having buffet at the Hyatt. That's where I'm at right now.
This is bridal shower music.
Yeah,
brunch.
Right? I'm like brunch time.
Yeah.
I'm
Oh,
having
yeah.
brunch.
It's the
Brunch
ambient
hour.
music.
Yes, right, that type.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Bossa Nova.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. They have the girl from
Ipanema.
Ipanema. Okay, composed back in 1962. Portuguese lyrics. Okay.
Portuguese
got
lyrics,
some Grammys,
absolutely.
Record of the year. All right.
That was
They got record of the year.
back in 1960 something. That's Sergio Mendes. He's the guy who sings that opening breakfast song that we used to do
love
before.
Sergio.
Lugar Comum.
Yeah, we like
Da, 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 da. You remember that?
That was the jam.
Yeah,
okay,
it was the jam.
That's the jam.
Sergio
So
Mendes,
these guys
he
are
was-
all cousins. They're all cousins under
You
that
know,
genre.
they all come generally from like Portugal, Brazil,
Love
right?
it.
South America, jams. But that's the music of that culture. Bossa Nova. That's
that.
like hanging out at the ocean and
It's very elegant.
Yeah.
I'm like, this is elegant
it's
music.
bougie.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, act right. Change your face music. It's that change your face.
Put your legs together.
Put your legs together.
I'm sorry to say you're right.
Okay, yeah, that's what I'm getting off of this. I'm like, okay, we gotta act right. This is that act right. Okay,
That's is that act right
music. Okay.
I can see
Bossa
Dice. I
Nova.
honestly know this girl so much that I could see her literally when she says change the look on your face when the bougie music comes up. I could actually see her. I have watched her go from banshee crazy into, oh my God, I just entered the church. I've seen the transition in lickety split time, and it's actually pretty funny.
What are we doing here?
Also, Dice is not the girl you want to sit next to during serious things.
No, don't do it. Don't do it. No.
Don't be in the room.
I'm the one that goes to funerals and just get phone numbers, man. But I'm grieving. I'm mourning.
I hate you.
I'm super mourning. I'm like, it's a funeral. I'm like, God, but she's so hot. It's like, I'm so sorry.
It's
for
bad
your
when
loss.
you get the giggles in church, man. It's bad when you get the
horrible.
giggles
Don't
in
do it.
church.
Don't do it.
And
You
we're
know what I'm
we're a
saying?
front
Don't do
row
it.
family. We sit in the front row.
You sit in the front?
We do.
No.
That was by
close.
accident. There was no more room.
I'm good.
There was no more room in the church, and like in the back of the church in the middle. And we so it's like, screw it, let's just sit in the front. I mean, who cares?
Because when you're in the front, that means that you got to do the wine and the bread because you're at the front. But if you sit in the back, they'll never call you. All you got to do is offering, and that's easy. I love doing the offering. That's
Offering's more intimidating than receiving communion.
No, girl, I give them the stare. The father said to check. I will wait
way.
for you to
Oh
put
my
money
God.
in that basket.
Yeah.
I know you got money. I
Oh
know
my
you
God.
have. You look like money. Put some money inside.
Father Paul always got a
judging.
kick out of that conversation.
Put some money inside.
My God.
It's like, okay. I see what you drove to church.
Oh yeah,
Put some money.
That was not enough.
Okay. I see what you drive to church. Put some money in here. Here we go.
Okay.
All right. Jesus sees you. Don't forget. Jesus sees you.
Okay.
All right. Where we at? We got 8
We,
minutes.
well, we were supposed to be talking to Esther Agagi, but apparently
the
she's
phones.
running late. She says, "Can I call now?" Oh yeah. Okay. I guess. Okay.
I love your people. Man.
I do.
I love your circle. Like,
She says, "I'm sorry,
no,
I'm
no,
late.
no,
Can I
like,
call now?" I mean, dude, I'm so sorry. That was almost 8
impeccable
minutes ago.
timing.
Let me shoot. Okay, well, I'll just tell her we're waiting. Yes, we're
on standby.
waiting because
appreciate that.
I have the guests coming in this next hour. I think that what I was
What's
going
on
to
your mind?
ask Esther Agagi about what was happening with FEMA. The urgency is not necessarily there as much as it was when I reached out to her this morning at 4:59, because the lieutenant governor actually answered a lot of the questions about who is in charge of Homeland Security, and he was able to answer that indeed it is Esther Agagi. That she is, but on paper,
I'm following.
on paper, a lot of what FEMA was dealing with was things that were happening while Charles Estevez had that position. He no longer is in that position. He'd been moved off someplace else, and the story changes only because he was embroiled in a domestic situation in Washington D.C. And they sure had to get through something like that before anything. She should be calling. We'll have a short 7-minute interview, but Homeland Security has taken some heat, and the question is about this discovery of FEMA and some Guam grant restrictions that are in place, and that will how it is affecting, or it can affect how you make claims with FEMA. That they're in the middle of a corrective action plan meant to fix some issues. But they have a restricted drawn down. The restricted drawn down is a cash management control, is what she told Senator senators yesterday. Is she on?
Yeah, and she's nice, so be nice.
Oh,
Say
of
good
course.
morning and greetings and stuff, okay? Here
Esther
you go.
Agagi. She was the former adjutant
She's
general.
very nice. Be nice.
Of course. Good morning. How are you, Esther Agagi? Dice told me to be nice. I don't remember a time where we weren't nice to each other. But I said a lot of what the urgency of the conversation I wanted to have with you this morning was explained in the interview that I had with the acting governor, Josh Tenorio, about this. And I just want to clarify that we're talking about something that happened in this 2016 and through 2018, right? And it's important to understand that the administration is correct that FEMA has not cut off funding, and that there are some corrective actions being taking place. So let's just real quickly talk about, clarify that you are indeed in charge of Guam Homeland Security.
Yes. Good morning, Patti.
Good morning.
Yes. Everything that you just mentioned is correct.
Yeah.
And I apologize for being late and calling you in. I was juggling multiple tasks and lost the track of time, but I'm happy to be on.
Thank you so much.
So,
honestly,
where did we start?
Well, there are some key questions about whether or not FEMA was approving. If FEMA approved a corrective action plan, why are the expanded restrictions going into May now or June?
Okay, all right. I'll be happy to answer that. Okay. But first, thank you again for having me. And I'd like to set the stage first so that we can understand. If we understand where we've come from, we can understand where we are right now and where we're going. So part of this, traces way back. To be fair for the full record, it goes back further than 2016. Our own Office of Public Accountability found warnings about this agency's grants management going all the way back to 2011 across 3 administrations.
Mm-hmm.
And Patti, the cause was the same the whole time: too much turnover and no professional grants team. Nobody fully fixed it for over a decade, and it was the Leon Guerrero Tenorio administration that inherited the funding restrictions when we took office in 2019. And I've been in this job since 2023. What's different now is that this is the administration that finally stopped passing the problem forward and built the system to fix it. We now have a corrective action plan that FEMA has approved. We have a certified grants management team in place. And we have oversight at the highest levels at Adelut with the chief of staff. And I'll be happy to walk through some of the historical significant data with you to just kind of paint the picture of how we got here.
Well, I have a feeling we know how we got here to some degree. I don't have a whole lot of time to get to the backdrop of it, but I do want to fully understand that while we are talking about problems that were identified by FEMA, like you said, as far back as 2011, why are they just now taking action? Is it because of an audit that was done a couple of years ago, or have you already? Because it seems like Sean Gunther had to FOIA some things, and so did we not know these answers before before today, where now it's a front page headline?
So I frame it differently, and here's the key distinction. So in January, FEMA approved our corrective action plan, and that's their judgment that our plan is sound. And the restriction in May is a separate thing. It's a control mechanism that keeps the money flowing while we prove that soundness over time. To fully lift it, FEMA requires 3 straight years of clean monitoring, and that's a multi-year clock by design. It can't be rushed and can't be satisfied in months, no matter how well we perform. So that restriction isn't a verdict that we failed. It's the supervised path back to full trust, and we're on that path to, to get everything correct.
So we still, projects are going to be moving. We still have funding that's still going to be flowing, but the reimbursement and the payment processes are the ones that are going to be coming slower, and are they under some heavier scrutiny?
Well, the money flow will continue. We will continue with FEMA, working with FEMA to monitor the grants and to impose and to actually follow the corrective action plan that they have approved.
Right.
For Patti, I just tell you this. So yes, FEMA points to some funding restrictions for the fiscal years 16 through 18, right? But I want to be clear that the OPA has traced these same problems back to 2011, and they were flagged again in transition reports back in 2011 and 2018. And you know what, Patti, it was never about one person or one administration. It was a structural weakness, chronic turnover, and the lack of qualified grants team that nobody fully fixed for over a decade.
Okay.
We inherited those restrictions, and then, when the Leon Guerrero Tenorio team took office in 2019, and the difference is what we're doing about it. We'll continue working with our grants management team with FEMA. We'll continue to provide documentation as best we can so that these grants that are in question will be presented to FEMA, and FEMA is really the entity that will decide whether or not the documentation satisfies their questions.
Okay. So right now, you have an approval of your action plan, and then we've got the new controls. You said that staff has now been trained, and you are having internal audits underway already. So it isn't that we've lost a relationship with FEMA, that we are working now collaboratively, you're saying, to solve the problem.
Yes, ma'am. I am saying that we have rekindled our relationship with FEMA. We are in a battle rhythm. We have monthly technical training sessions. We are on the phone with them almost on a weekly basis, and it's all to present to them the situations that we're in, asking the right questions, seeing if the path that we're taking, the actions that we would like to take with the grants are in line with the investment justifications in the grants that we have been awarded.
Okay.
And again, I want to also clarify that, some of these were questioned costs, and that means unverified, not confirmed, misspent. And then FEMA decides what is allowed and what is disallowed.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. Like I said, we did have a conversation with the Lieutenant Governor this morning, and he was able to say everything pretty much that you're saying as well. And so, what's next from here? What's going to appease the legislature and any other further conversation about it? Are they accepting that this corrective action plan has been approved and things are in quick order to be resolved?
I think we're on the path in the right direction. I appreciate the audits because the oversight, because the oversight holds us accountable to exactly what we are supposed to be doing.
Right.
And we're going to work with the legislature. We're definitely going to work, with the governor and the lieutenant governor and take their guidance on how we move forward. But we are headed in the right direction. We have a very good collaborative relationship with our FEMA grants division. And Patti, even though the audits found real problems, and I'll tell you what, we haven't hidden from one single one. But the honest measure of it isn't whether the problems exist. It's what you do once you find them.
Right.
And I'm telling you right now, with all the confidence I have, that the Leon Guerrero Tenorio administration, with their team in place, have chosen to fix it in the open with FEMA at the table. And that's the story.
I appreciate this, too. Thank you very much, Esther Agagi. Thanks for taking the call. Don't worry about being a little bit late. We were happy to get you on the air any way we could have gotten you. So thanks a lot. Till next time.
All right, Patty. Thank you very much.
It's my pleasure. Take care. Esther Agagi. I was just going to make the sign of the cross. I have no idea why I was going to do that.
Awkward.
Why was I going to make the sign of the cross?
I
just literally made the sign of the cross.
That's why you should sit in the back of the church, Patty, because you just do random stuff. You should sit in the back. Just sit in the back of the church, not front row. In the back. In the back. You can do it. In the back.
Just
making a sign of the cross. Girl. I don't know
It
what
was
we're
the
doing.
end of it. I need to
got our own
take a
little
vacation.
personal prayers
This
with you and
was-
Jesus. Like, what's going on, girl?
It was the end of the conversation.
She's like, thank you. Have a good day.
The
Sign of the
cross.
What are we doing?
Guys.
Let's just bless the airwaves. Is that what's
I'm an
going on?
idiot. How are we friends?
I don't know what's going on.
Walk
here.
away
Yeah,
now.
run.
Save yourself.
Run away.
Save
Run.
yourselves. All right, 9:04. Take a break here. KGUM-FM and Daddy Do Guam.
AP News, I'm Ben Thomas. An initial deal to end the Iran war is moving toward a formal signing. Despite lingering questions about details, financial markets responded in a big way. Sis Sutel has that reaction in the AP Markets report.
Stocks rallied on Wall Street and oil prices pulled back after the U.S. and Iran reached a tentative deal to get the global flow of crude going again. The S&P 500 rose 1.7% Monday. Investors are hoping that the current agreement will mean a long-term fix to a conflict that has worsened inflation around the world. The Dow rose 468 points. That's about 0.9%. The NASDAQ Composite jumped 3.1%. Brent crude fell 4.8%. That helped drive gains for companies with big fuel bills like airlines and cruise operators. AI-related stocks also rallied. Treasury yields moved lower in the bond market. Seth Sutel, New York.
President Trump spoke about the agreement in Evian, France.
We got along very well with Iran. It's a different set of leaders.
He's there for a G7 summit, as is our John Lester.
France, Germany, and other nations were frozen out when U.S. and Israeli forces began the bombardments of Iran in February. The allies said they weren't consulted and they refused to fight in the conflict. That angered President Trump. The tentative Iran deal gives them an opportunity to now turn the page. Instead of talking about the disagreements that they had about the Iran war, they can now start to look forward to the next steps. Top of the list of priorities for G7 nations is reopening the Strait of Hormuz. France and Britain have a proposal to help with that. They are offering warships that could help escort tankers through the strait and also get rid of any mines.
And at the World Cup, Cape Verde stunned Spain with a 0-0 draw. Spain's one of the favorites to win the tournament. This is AP News. The Carolina Hurricanes claimed the Stanley Cup last night with a 3-0 Game 6 shutout of the Vegas Golden Knights. Meanwhile, Julie Walker reports New York's readying a celebration.
The Knicks NBA Finals win celebration continues with a ticker tape parade up the Canyon of Heroes Thursday, starting at 10 a.m., and Mayor Mamdani couldn't be more excited.
It may well be the largest parade in New York City history, and I think that speaks to what this team means to this city.
He had the Knicks in 5, and that's just what they did, beating the Spurs Saturday night 94-90.
53 years of waiting.
The Knicks won in 73, but did not have a ticker tape parade.
This will be the first ticker tape parade in New York Knicks history.
The mayor says the Knicks team and their families will be on floats with performances. The parade goes from Battery Park to City Hall, where a ceremony will take place. Julie Walker, New York.
There's more news at apnews.com. I'm Ben Thomas.
Celebrating America's 250th birthday. As a young boy, he enrolled in art classes. His teachers couldn't have dreamed that he would one day produce dozens of animated motion pictures, create one of the most beloved cartoon characters of all time, and build theme parks that would enchant children all over the world, and their parents too.
I'd say human personalities in the body of a cartoon animal. Mickey used to talk something like this, kind of a falsetto.
Walt Disney is an American success story, beyond compare, from Mickey Mouse to Snow White. From Disneyland to Epcot.
There's a great, big, beautiful tomorrow.
Walt shaped our culture in countless ways, providing entertainment for millions of people.
He wanted positive thinkers. He wanted people that were plussing things.
A good idea, he'd make it a great idea. Never failed. But that's the way it was with him.
His legacy stretches from the creation of Mickey Mouse in 1928 right up to today. It's truly a Disney World.
Bank Pacific has a $100 gift for all Region high school and college graduates.
Okay, I'll bite. What is it?
Open a checking account with Bank Pacific, show us you just graduated, and bingo, we'll deposit an additional $100 into your account.
What about a Visa debit card?
Yep, Visa debit card, online and mobile banking, remote deposit capture, the works.
What about for existing customers who just graduated?
They get $100 too.
Great, count me in.
Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots. Conditions apply, member FDIC.
The road to Adelup is here, and this time we spoke with Democrat candidates, Senator Toris Terlahi and Senator Sabina Perez. Here is your opportunity to hear how they plan to govern Guam. Watch the conversation on Wave 105's YouTube channel, dated May 28th. This is a Glimpses of Guam radio station.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the show hosts, guests, and callers, and do not necessarily reflect the views of the staff or management of Wave 105.1 FM, Glimpses Media, or our partners. We strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, and we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105.1 FM. Enjoy the show.
Stay sharp, stay curious, stay connected. Wave 105, the talk of Guam. Glimpses Media.
Under the Constitution, America is a republic. The First Amendment secures our ability to change our political laws by protecting our rights to religion, assembly, press, petition, and speech. We're the only country born from the idea that people must be free to pursue their happiness, uninhibited by the government. This has kept us as one nation under God through 2.5 centuries of peaceful transition of power. The United States are at the top of the world today, but the graveyard of history is full of the remains of once mighty empires. Will our republic degenerate into an oligarchy as Rome did 2,000 years ago? Or is the best yet to come for the land of the free? Jefferson warned how easy it is for liberty to yield and government to gain ground. This process is not unstoppable. The future of America depends on our support for the principles of the Constitution. It's an American thing.
Liberty. It's an American thing. From AmericanThing.org.
This Father's Day, treat Dad to an unforgettable dinner at Roots Hills Grill House. June 19 through June 21. Enjoy a 3-course menu with premium steak, fresh seafood, and sweet finishes. $90 per person. Reserve your table and celebrate Dad in style.
When a warrior faces adversity, he fights through it. He finds a way. Freedom isn't free. Rolling strong. Belief. Believe you can, and you will.
Wheelchairs for Warriors provides mobility solutions to veterans and first responders injured in the line of duty. Join the mission and visit wheelchairsforwarriors.org.
All summer long, Chili's Party Platters make celebrating easy and delicious. Perfect for grad parties, family gatherings, or anytime you're feeding a crowd. Available for pickup or for delivery. Only at Chili's. Great value and memories happen here.
Close your eyes and open your senses. The all-new 2026 Mazda CX-5 is here from $29,995 or $198 per paycheck for qualified buyers. Triple J Mazda.
My name is Emma. I am 13 years old. 6 years ago, I was injured in a car accident that left me paralyzed from the waist down. Once I completed rehab, my mom applied for a Canine Companion service dog. Last January, I finally got to meet my service dog, Marcia. We quickly developed a very strong bond. Together, we go to my horseback riding lessons, school band practice, swim meets, and archery classes. Together, we pick vegetables, and we like to cut flowers. I love Marcia. She makes me feel like together we can do anything. I can't imagine life without her. She's a part of the family. We are just one of the thousands of teams Canine Companions has paired together over the past 50 years. With your help, we can continue for another 50. Visit canine.org to see the many ways you can change lives.
I can tell that we are gonna be friends.
Do you hear that? And that? And that? Those are the sounds of a healthy and vibrant community. And to this United Way volunteer, nothing sounds better. They're the sounds of children being given greater chances to succeed in school. The sounds of neighbors receiving the support needed to overcome challenges, both big and small. They're the sounds of families gaining access to quality health care and nutritious food for their tables. And they're the sounds of members of our community who've benefited from United Way's financial education programs. See, wherever there's a need in our communities, there's a United Way. People working together to respond and growing the good for everyone. United is the way. So join us by getting involved or giving back. Learn more at unitedway.org.
Talking about guns with others might not always feel comfortable, but it could save a life. Here's a way to start a conversation. Your family is going over to your neighbor's home for dinner for the first time. How would you ask if there are any unlocked guns in the home?
Hey, we're so excited for tonight. Before we come over, may I ask a few questions?
Yeah, of course.
Do you have any pets?
Yes, we have a dog.
Great. Do you have a pool outside?
Nope, just a big old backyard.
Nice. Another question. Are there any unlocked guns in the home?
Our guns are stored securely, locked in a safe that the kids can't access.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Now, let's just talk about what we can bring for dessert.
Learn how to have the conversation at agreetoagree.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the Ad Council.
My name is Erica. My son, Kason, is a patient at Shriners Children. My oldest called me and said Kason got burnt. The trauma doctor came in and said he needs to go to Shriners.
His injury was a big injury, and I think a testament to the care that we provide. He's fully functional. He's riding his dirt bike, doing all of the things that you would want him to do.
We're just so thankful that Kason is still here. Go online right now to loveshriners.org.
Real talent is defined by what people can do, not where they learn to do it. So by stopping at the education section of a resume, you might throw away the perfect hire. Skills First Hiring helps you see talent others miss, like more than 70 million stars, skilled through alternative routes. Let their story unfold and gain a competitive advantage, because hiring managers who start with skills are 60% more likely to find a successful hire. Hire skills first. Learn why at tearthepaperceiling.org. Brought to you by Opportunity at Work and the Ad Council.
We are all for first-time guests and longtime friends. All for First Light and Starlight. For road trips and trail runs. All for mountaintops and monuments. River bends and battlefields. We're all for showing up and giving back. To protect, to preserve, to pass it on. All parks depend on us, and we're all for parks. Join us at nationalparks.org/allforparks.
I truly hate you right now.
I'm not the one doing random signs of the cross. Bro.
I
am good. First of all, I am
Oh
okay,
my
bro.
God.
Like,
Phil has known me.
together
We've
here,
known each
bro.
other because our mothers were best friends. We've known each other, and there's just like, there are antics that happen between the two of us that we tell everybody because they're so doggone funny, but it's so self-deprecating. I was just telling her that at the end of my interview with Esther Agigi, she said, "Goodbye, have a nice day." I literally made the sign of the cross. Jadine, help me out. You backed me up with sucking on pork chops. You got to help me out. I literally went like this at the end of the conversation. Halfway through, I'm like, what? She told me to run far away from myself.
Well,
That's
don't
pretty
kneel
fun.
after this.
I promise you I won't, because you're
kneeling
here.
after this.
No.
I love it. It's funny you mentioned
But go ahead, right in the mic.
Last time I really remember seeing actually the two of you together, we
Yeah.
hosted an event when Esther was in charge of 9th MSC. It was at the old USO Tumon Bay, and you were the MC.
Yes.
That was probably...
Weren't you with me? Weren't we did that together? Or no, I just did it?
Yeah, dirtiest jokes I've ever heard in the USO.
Yes!
I'm just going to say.
Well, if you're going to crack a dirty joke, it's got to be we're military service members. It's not like this is foreign language to them, right? But yeah, we did have some pretty dirty jokes. I remember that. I actually still have the entertainment for that night on my phone. Go figure.
I learned so much about you that night.
Did you?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I'm not the girl that they all thought I was. That's for sure. And Phil can attest to that, because we go way back to days where you were in college and I was working in radio in Hawaii, and we just had some bad situations take place on the streets of Honolulu. But we live to talk about them. They're very great memories. But he's a brother, and I'm so glad that you guys are all together. Valerie, we go way back from all your other jobs. Where in marketing, you just have to have the base of people, right? So thanks for reaching out and helping us. Heroes Night at the Capitol. This is down here at the Capitol, at Capitol Kitchen.
That's it.
Yeah, okay. Well, talk to me. I mean, you almost can tell the story, Heroes and USO, but let's go for it. You want to talk about, Jadine?
Absolutely. You can say Jay if it makes it a little bit
cool.
easier.
Sorry about that, but yeah, go ahead.
All good. So Heroes Night at the Capitol. This is actually part of I Care For's signature wine dinner event.
Mm-hmm.
And I Care For, it's their philanthropic arm of Century Hospitality. And they really do so much for our community. And, Val and Sonardi and their entire team, they're really doing all the work for us.
Okay.
And so they're throwing together this big fundraiser, partnering with Chef Casey at Capitol Kitchen. And you also need to go try his food, because it's incredible.
Oh, yeah, totally. Yeah.
And so this is, something that we're trying to do annually. And so it's really just bringing together our military community, our business community, and this year, especially because it's America 250, it's also the USO's 85th anniversary. It's a tribute to service and a toast to our heroes. And so, come together. It's a big fundraiser. Come have a great time. It's a 5-course wine paired dinner that's going to be in tribute to men and women. And so earlier, this is the perfect segue conversation, really. You and guys were talking about all the food and everything earlier. Why not have food,
Sure.
with a little wine and great entertainment. And my baby brother, actually, he goes by Fluff. You may know him, Fluffy, from Marcadeli. So he's actually going to be donating some entertainment for the evening there. But this is just going to be a fantastic time. And we've got a lot of great sponsors who are really making this happen. And again, Valerie is leading the whole charge. But we've got some big corporate sponsors, of course, GTA, Moylan's, Cars Plus, Matson, Nissan, Doucet Place, GPO, and then, of course, our Century family. So that's Grand Plaza, Capitol, and also Wyndham Garden. And so we've got some additional sponsors who are also going to be sponsoring some seats for our military heroes. And again, it's just going to be a great time. And all of the net proceeds are going to be donated to the USO so that we can continue our important mission of supporting our military service members and strengthening our military service members and their families throughout Guam, throughout the CNMI. And then we also, do a lot of stuff down in Palau. So just continuing. And so if you have any patriotic bone, any patriotic nerve in your body, please consider, supporting this in any way. If you can't join us for dinner, consider donating seats to our service members, or even consider donating some door prizes. Val is allowed to say raffle prizes. My USO language and training, I'm allowed to say door prizes.
Door prizes.
Right? No raffling.
In Guam, we already know. We already know we're betting. Yeah. But anyway, I kind of want to bring in Phil because of the corporate loyalty that your company and others, as Jadine has mentioned, has been collaborating with the USO for many, many years. And somewhere in these 85 years, where has that relationship become with a corporate sponsorship or a corporate support? that has been able to last for all of these years. Has it always been a collab between the private sector and USO?
Absolutely. And thank you for having us. It's an honor to support the USO here, and as well in Hawaii as well as Okinawa, and speaking on behalf of Matson. Patrick Ballon, who's our Vice President General Manager, is currently the president of our advisory council. And the purpose of our advisory council, pretty much, as you can tell, is here to support our USO needs or anything that they might need to operate and continue to service our service member and their families. And so in the case of Matson, we obviously are in areas where the USOs are at, in Alaska, Hawaii, Guam, and Okinawa. And so we feel that the opportunity to serve our service members and give it back to them is through the USO.
There's, in the growth of the USO, 85 years, congratulations. You don't look a day over 82, I'm going to say.
Thank you so much.
Still looking smart. Where have these USOs been placed? Is placement to where they are or what their needs are apparently are at the border, because I've seen them in all of the airports that I've been through in the last couple of weeks that I've been traveling. So the USO has a presence in the airports.
Absolutely. Patty, that's a great question. We actually have more than 250 USO locations around the globe. And so, as you mentioned, airports, very popular location, also military installations. USO Tumon Bay, actually, which is at the Dusit Place, is one of the only USOs in the world that's not on an installation or an airport. So very unique. But we're all over the world. We touch every single continent. If we don't have a USO in Antarctica, but I tell you right now that we send outreach supplies. We have people who go out, to support our military service members who are deployed. And it's really wherever they go, we're going to go. Whether you're in Djibouti, Africa, whether you're, at Camp Lemonnier, whether, you're in Germany at Ramstein, whether you're in Incirlik in Turkey. And another cool thing, and this is very timely because we've got some big visitors coming in this week, right? We also have...
We do? Oh, we do. From the USO?
No.
Big ships coming in.
We're having some ships coming
They're
in.
coming. They're coming.
See,
George
Washington.
It's getting a bit busy.
George Washington.
George Washington?
Yes,
Okay.
and
All right. So this is, in these ports, this is where the USO comes handy. For those who don't necessarily know the history of the USO, we might see the symbol of the USO in airports or in other places. What do you actually provide? Is it convenience in transition and other things?
Patty, you are. My wife likes to say, if you ask Jadine for the time, she'll build you a clock. How much time do you have here? We're very well known for our centers, and as you mentioned, this brand is very recognizable. We actually did a survey many years ago, and service members say that our brand here for them is also as recognizable as Coca-Cola itself, which is huge. And so we've been around since 1941. We are a right, yeah. Wow. You're not that old, right? You're not that old.
Wow. Not that old.
No.
So formed in 1941, and actually these little stars that are on our patch, they represent 6 different organizations. They were individual organizations at the time supporting the military. President Roosevelt said, "Hey, why are we splitting this work? Why don't we all just come together?" And so through him, there, he pushed together a charter. So we're actually congressionally chartered, and the USO was born. So 1941.
Wow.
And so we've got again many different locations, many centers. We're of course known. People know Bob Hope. I don't know about our generation, the younger generation nowadays. They'll say, "Who's Bob Hope?"
Yeah.
But Bob Hope, was a USO legend. We've even had a USO center, USO programs actually named after him. So, he introduced the entertainment scene. And I think that a lot of people now think USO in entertainment. And so we do bring some stuff. Was it last year? I think we brought out Joe Coy, actually. And we had a big event down at Naval Base Guam. But we're always there for the holidays.
And to that point, if I'll just interrupt you, let's keep the train of thought. But to your point about entertainment, when you are something big, when the something biggers want to be a part of what you're doing. When the quality of entertainment and people who have come to play in these venues are not, new names trying to break into the business. Bob Hope was the top of his game at the time, and he traveled the world in Guam twice, I think. Was it twice or once? I remember going to one of them at Anderson Air Force Base.
That is cool.
Yeah, that is cool. But you can fetch these big entertainers, which shows the importance of you to them. So that's always a good thing. So is this largely for the convenience, the morale, the welfare of military service members? But
to answer your question and back to that question, what we provide at the USO and what we do to support the USO to give to the service member is really like home away from home.
Mm-hmm.
And so, one of our big sponsors is GTA. And so when you're in Guam, I mean, like, how do I connect home? I want to call mom or I want to call, family. They're able to do that. Connectivity is huge here. We have 3 centers that are just amazing. Patti, you should come out to them and see what
the
they look
last
like.
one I went to was at the Royal Orchid. That was a while ago, and even I was impressed then. I can only imagine what Doucet is doing for it.
Doucet, one big area, and
Yeah.
we've got one down at Navy Base Guam, and we got one up at Anderson, and all those centers are incredible. I was fortunate enough to be around to open those centers up during my tenure as council president, and the USO volunteers. That we have a huge volunteer cadre that comes out. We just celebrated their support this over the weekend. And
give me an example of somebody's donating and has been a supporter of USO for all of these years. You got a couple big ships coming in this week. You got George Washington, for example. What services would they go to the USO for? You mentioned connectivity.
So, connectivity.
Okay, is that getting a chip or something like that?
Somebody wants to go there and just relax, chill under serene spa environment.
Just go hang out in a lounge.
You can do that. Watch live football games.
There's that.
I've
seen that.
There's the people are gamers. There's
okay.
as well down, especially
that's got to be new.
It's
right.
Huge.
The whole gaming thing is relatively new.
You're going to find that the USO has really evolved to the service member. I mean, the service member nowadays are under 21, and they don't have cars, and so they're just walking in and they're chilling out, calling in, having a sandwich, and enjoying the facility.
I'm gonna venture to say pretty aggressively and honestly, Guam must really bring it in the USO world. They must go look at us and go, "Dang, I never." Do they say that?
Absolutely. So many comments. This is the nicest USO center I've ever been to.
Bet.
I've served 30 years, and I can't believe the hospitality
We
here.
are so good to strangers here.
Yeah.
Yes.
Aren't we? Especially military guys that are just walking around on Liberation Day parade. We're inviting them to our baptisms.
The USO
That's true. So true.
I mean, you can attest to this, but the USO Guam has been awarded how many times?
Gosh, so many times. But I'll say one of my favorite awards was the Fisher House Award. And so the Fisher House is known among military communities.
At Tripler?
Yes. So they provide a house, for families who are getting treatment. And so they have this big humanitarian award, and you have to get nominated. And so many years ago, Rear Admiral Bette Bolivar at the time for Joint Region Manager.
Miss her.
Yes, you know
Miss her very much.
So she nominated, our USO Guam team. And so if you actually walk into the Pentagon, so my predecessor, who you know very well, Miss Lee Graham.
Yes.
And so we went together, Lee and I, to the Pentagon to receive the Fisher House Award. And so if you go into the Pentagon, they've got kind of their wall of fame, and USO Guam's on there, right next to Chef Robert Irving. So it's really full circle. And Guam definitely brings
it's become sort of, and I don't mean this negatively, but in the times it has become more of an exclusive sort of membership lounge area or comfort area. But back in the day, girl, you guys weren't even arrived when we were talking about swimming at USO and breaking in and eating their cheeseburgers inside the USO and Patti. Bruh, that was the hangout in high school. You learned how to swim there. You partied with your friends there. You could buy cheeseburgers inside the USO. I think that they had more of us teenagers hanging out at USO taking swim lessons than they actually had military service members that were coming through. I mean, so much has grown from then, but I think it was a really easy indoctrination to what they do for us languishing kids in Guam who didn't have a whole lot of choices on where to go. And USO was open to the youth volleyball games. And we were members. And I'll never forget it because it was anybody who learned how to swim in the 70s was likely taking classes in that beach.
Yeah. So, along with all of that, and back to answering more of your question, the USO has all these programs in each center that identify certain things. And, we used to, a lot of families now are coming in that are stationed here and bringing their kids, and we have programs for them. Coffee sessions, just to come out. And
Meeting
come out.
areas. It's a good meeting spot.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You want to dance night, Latin night, all
Yeah.
kinds of things.
Oh,
Zumbas.
hey.
Yeah.
You want to come and teach a class? You let me know.
Sure.
But
Guys, let's go teach a dance class. I don't know what that's even going to look like. But if you want to hear some dirty jokes, you picked the right couple. So, so this event is just to honor the 85th. And you get your money from a variety, it seems like, of resources because you are also asking, these are donations that you're fetching as well. Yeah. How does that work?
Yes, and so we have different sponsorship opportunities, for that go directly to the USO. What Val and her team are doing, they support us actually, so beyond this. I'll tell you, whenever you're at a USO event or whenever there's a submarine, coming in, those water bottles that we have, guess what? They've got all of these Century logos and everything there.
Oh, I see.
Whenever we need something, Val Sonardi, the team is always there. And so we are, as you said, Guam brings it. We are incredibly blessed to have so many different local sponsors. We are, of course, part of Big USO, but our local sponsors really bring it home. And so Phil's mentioned a couple, GTA, the Deucit, Infusion, Archway, the list goes on and on and on.
Well, that's good that the list goes on and
yes.
on and on.
And so we're very grateful. And, as Phil said, all the support allows us to do our mission. And so even if it's not monetary, sometimes it's just, in-kind donations. And so food donations, storage donations. I've got to, GU Storage, with Calvo's Enterprise. They've been providing our storage areas for many years. And our centers are so small, we try to maximize the space so that our service members and family members can use it. So that means that our office spaces are small, our storage areas are small. So those types of donations, really just make a tremendous difference. And so it goes back to that. And again, we've got different sponsorship opportunities aside from this Heroes Night fundraiser. And so if anyone's interested, they're certainly welcome to reach out to me directly. But we want to push people because get your money's worth for this, right?
Sure.
Support the USO and have a great time. And, really this event here, it's an incredible event because it really brings together, it weaves together our service members and our community partners. And so, oftentimes, as you said earlier, there's kind of that the exclusive club. I'll say this dinner's not exclusive. This dinner's for everyone, and it's really beautiful for everyone to be able to come together and to celebrate and to realize that hey, we're all the same people. We're brothers, we're sisters. Moms, uncles, aunts, all of that.
Yeah.
And so this is really. It's truly celebrating all of that. And, especially we all know that, Guam, the CNMI, Micronesia, we've got the highest enlistment rate of military service members per capita. We will outdo anyone. And at the same time, we also have the highest rate of fallen heroes. And so that's something that, weighs heavy on our hearts. It's always on our minds. And, everything that we do, whether it's a Coffee Connections program that brings spouses together, it's a holiday program where we're out, having games and, Thanksgiving or Christmas meals out in Tinian or out in Saipan, where things are so remote and hard to get to, we're there. And it's through our sponsors, through our volunteers who make it happen. Annually, we serve, more than 100,000 service members, family members through our programs, through our centers. We have a team of 10 USO staff members.
Wow.
We could not do anything that we do, running the 3 centers, doing all the outreach across the Marianas and to Palau also now. We couldn't do that without our volunteers, without our corporate partners. And so this is really just the gift that keeps on giving. And so, again, just come out for a great night.
This is on June 26th. It's $200 a head. I want to bring in Val because I think she's thinking there's like I don't have to say anything, I'm sitting in the corner. But I do want to talk to you about some of the logistics, Val, because I know that you are very good as a planner. So what can we expect that night aside from really great food from the chefs at Capital Kitchen?
Well, it's just it's a good night of camaraderie. You have the USO service members, the USO staff. You have the U.S. service members. From all the different branches. The 6 branches will be there, and then the community partners, and then others that just want to come out and support, have a great night, enjoy a plated 5-course fine dining dinner, and it's not the box cookie cutter dinner. This is a carefully curated menu by Chef Casey, and it's going to be paired with some elegant wines that we have going, and then we'll have some nice entertainment. We'll have some raffle prizes.
Okay.
So it's a good way to come out and connect with the community and just have a good time while supporting the USO.
Do you do this once a year, or is this just like...
We're trying to do this once a year. We did it last year. So last year we had a really good turnout. We were able to raise $23,000. This year our goal is 25. So we still have some seats left to sell. So we'd like to welcome more people. If you haven't been to one of our wine dinners, this is actually, I believe, our 11th wine dinner.
Oh,
so
you guys like
people
wine.
Have fun.
Okay,
so,
not mad at that.
If you build it, they will come, right?
Yeah, sure, absolutely.
But, I understand a lot of people are off island. So, hey, if you have not come before, come on out. You're not going to be sitting at a table by yourself. If it's just you, no problem. If you have a friend, bring them along. If you want to buy tables of 10, 12, or 14, we can make it happen. But you just get to connect and meet with a lot of people. We had some people who came last year. They're new to Guam, and they were able to connect with a whole table of 10 and have fun, and they're calling each other, inviting each other to different parties. So everybody's welcome.
I like that. I like the communication. Well, good luck to you guys, and I'm glad. Thanks for reaching out, Val, because I would not have probably said much about it, much more than not as much as we have said so far. So we are a friend of yours. Anytime you guys want to come through, absolutely. We appreciate the work that you do. A lot of times you don't get all of the attention because there are other organizations that are out there all kind of trying to do the same thing. Yeah. And everybody needs an opportunity to shine, and I'm so glad you guys got it.
I just want to say that, I get a lot of people asking me, how do I help?
How do you help?
Well, here's a great opportunity to come in and meet the people, see what we do, ask questions, and network.
Do you guys need volunteers? Are you always in search of them?
We are always in search
Oh, good
of
to know.
volunteers.
Okay.
I'm telling you. I've been in a lot of organizations, and the volunteer group at the USO is just amazing.
Well, I can tell that. You've been there for a long time. When I almost equate the two. It used to be Lee, but definitely for sure Phil's name has always been associated with the USO. Yeah. So, your service is definitely
come down and support it. I believe in the mission, and that's why I'm there as well. And I brought Mattson as well. We believe in that mission. That's part of our culture, and so it works. And so we're going to continue to do as much as we can.
It shows it works. 85 years is a long time for an organization. But, as long as we have service members, and in this country and in this climate, we're always going to have service members. They're going to need a place to go for a little bit of respite.
Yeah.
Yeah, and feeling the love of the community. So Friday, June 26th, where can they go to get the tickets? Is there like a finding out if there's like a...
Yes, so you can actually go
call
online,
Val too?
guamtime.net, but we absolutely recommend calling Val. You get that concierge service.
So call
She's
me.
really good at that.
Yes.
Yeah.
My number is 671-483-3092, 671-483-3092. Any questions, you need tickets, or even donate raffle prizes, whatever you want to do, just give me a call.
Okay, we appreciate it. You guys have a lot of good raffle prizes?
We do.
Yeah?
We do.
Yeah.
Do you want to say any of them so that we can turn them on with the... Is there an extra fee, or is that a door prize to the ticket? Is it extra
It's
ticket?
an extra fee.
Okay, cool. That's all right.
100% of all the raffle proceeds go directly to USO, so you're helping them out. And
Okay.
you
What's
can walk away with
what are the goodies?
hotel stays. We have hotel stays. We have dining gift certificates.
Okay.
We have an iPad mini from GTA.
Nice.
Yes.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
Dice
You
is
guys
on
are
the
not old anymore. I got it now. I got it.
Yeah.
They're not
USO
old.
swag too. You can't buy USO
Yes,
swag.
so true. Yeah, what's the USO swag? Like, what do you got? What do you got? You got shirts, umbrellas,
shirts, yes, hats, bags.
Bruh, where have we been, guys?
Limited edition.
We're missing the real
Absolutely
part.
exclusive.
Oh, we're going to all those parties where they don't give us anything.
I know, right?
Just
Get
kidding.
some of that
Just
merch.
kidding.
Yeah.
All right, and that'll all be there for sale as well. Okay, cool.
Nice.
Nice.
Okay, cool.
Well, what do we wear? Are we wearing like what you're wearing?
Yep.
Okay,
Exactly.
island. Is that
chic.
island
Come and
chic?
You like that?
You should never
Like
have
that?
said that because I'm with
That's
you
a
in the
short
room.
Well,
shirt.
if you
Yeah,
notice
very
that
short.
the
That's a
attire
short
here
shirt.
says Island
Chic. Yeah.
Island chic. Okay.
That's the new.
Dice wears island chic every day, so I think you're in.
No slippers.
You had me at
Oh
chic.
yeah. Pete,
We should have put that on here.
We got to get our fit
No
together.
Zori, yeah.
That's why it's chic.
That's why it's chic because you have shoes on. Okay, got it. All right, you guys, thanks a
bedazzle
lot.
them.
Love you, boy. I appreciate you guys. Thanks,
Thank you.
Jadine, for
Thank you,
coming.
Patty.
You guys can
Thanks,
come in
guys.
anytime.
Thanks, guys.
Anytime.
You come
Val,
visit
thanks
us.
for the
Thank you,
hookup. I
thank you.
appreciate it. You're good at hookup. I'm
so excited.
Aren't you?
I am.
Yeah,
I'm
me
gonna
too.
win an iPad Mini.
Hey.
Yes. I'm gonna hack this. I got this.
She's gonna hack it.
I'm gonna hack this. I got to win it. Okay.
It's just down the street from you at
Raffle
at
tickets.
6:00 on Friday next
Patty,
week.
can you
so-
buy like a book of raffle tickets?
Yeah.
I'll just
Oh.
be present for you.
Oh, sure.
I'll be
How do you do
present
the-
for you.
How much?
Pre-sales. Yeah.
Pre-sales
You can do
tickets?
pre-sales.
Yeah.
Pre-sale.
How much?
Pre-buy
How
your
much?
raffle tickets?
Yes,
it's
we do.
$20. 5 for $20. You can
Patty,
pre-buy your
let
raffle
me get
tickets.
a
But
20.
you need to
Okay,
be
you want me to
there.
do that?
Pat, can you get a
Us
20?
now?
Yeah, we're gonna.
You need
Sorry.
to be there.
Yeah.
I have to
sorry.
be there?
I'm a
To win?
I'll be
nonprofit
there for you.
organization.
Oh, cool. All right.
There we
I'm
go.
gonna do it. I'll do it. So you, what did you say? 20?
20 on an
All
iPad.
right.
We're gonna
Well,
go 20 on that
Ooh.
iPad Mini. 20 on an
And if you
iPad
win-
Mini.
That's our 20.
That's
gotta
how we do
hold
it.
the ticket
Thank you
for
guys.
you. Yeah.
20 on an
Thank
iPad
you.
Mini.
Thank
You
Okay,
can take a
guys.
picture of the tickets
some
and we'll
money
send
on
it to
it.
you.
Yay! This is gonna be exciting.
well,
Thanks, guys. I'll see you at the gate. Let's go. Hey, I'm ready.
She's-
I'm so
it.
sorry.
She's
I'm
great
hyped.
energy.
I'm ready.
no, that's
I'm
my
ready.
height, girl.
I'm ready.
I
can't wait.
MC there.
Let's go.
If you haven't already.
Are you guys a
might think about
nonprofit
it.
organization?
Yes.
Sure are.
Yeah.
501c.
Gosh, Patty, you always get us.
We'll give you our
Okay, we can take a
EIN.
break now. That'd be
Okay.
really good.
Oh.
All right. She's like, I'm not emceeing. it's a let's see, quarter till 10 o'clock in the morning. We'll take a break. Thanks to our friends from USO.
you.
Go on. We really appreciate it.
Thank you,
Heroes
Patty.
Night
Thank
coming
you,
up at the
guys.
Capitol, 6 o'clock to 9 o'clock on Friday, June 26th at Capitol Kitchen. $200 a person. That's all you really need to know to support. It's time to take a break. Be right back.
Under the Constitution, America is a republic. The First Amendment secures our ability to change our political laws by protecting our rights to religion, assembly, press, petition, and speech. We're the only country born from the idea that people must be free to pursue their happiness, uninhibited by the government. This has kept us as one nation under God through 2.5 centuries of peaceful transition of power. The United States are at the top of the world today, but the graveyard of history is full of the remains of once mighty empires. Will our republic degenerate into an oligarchy, as Rome did 2,000 years ago? Or is the best yet to come for the land of the free? Jefferson warned how easy it is for liberty to yield and government to gain ground. This process is not unstoppable. The future of America depends on our support for the principles of the Constitution. It's an American thing.
Liberty. It's an American thing. From AmericanThing.org.
This Father's Day, treat Dad to an unforgettable dinner at Roots Hills Grill House. June 19 through June 21. Enjoy a 3-course menu with premium steak, fresh seafood, and sweet finishes. $90 per person. Reserve your table and celebrate Dad in style.
When a warrior faces adversity, he fights through it. He finds a way. Freedom isn't free. Rolling strong. Belief. Believe you can, and you will.
Wheelchairs for Warriors provides mobility solutions to veterans and first responders injured in the line of duty. Join the mission and visit wheelchairsforwarriors.org.
All summer long, Chili's Party Platters make celebrating easy and delicious. Perfect for grad parties, family gatherings, or anytime you're feeding a crowd. Available for pickup or for delivery. Only at Chili's. Great value and memories happen here.
Close your eyes and open your senses. The all-new 2026 Mazda CX-5 is here from $29,995 or $198 per paycheck for qualified buyers. Triple J Mazda.
My name is Emma. I am 13 years old. 6 years ago, I was injured in a car accident that left me paralyzed from the waist down. Once I completed rehab, my mom applied for a canine companion service dog. Last January, I finally got to meet my service dog, Marcia. We quickly developed a very strong bond. Together, we go to my horseback riding lessons, school band practice, swim meets, and archery classes. Together, we pick vegetables, and we like to cut flowers. I love Marcia. She makes me feel like together we can do anything. I can't imagine life without her. She's a part of the family. We are just one of the thousands of teams Canine Companions has paired together over the past 50 years. With your help, we can continue for another 50. Visit canine.org to see the many ways you can change lives.
I can tell that we are gonna be friends.
Do you hear that? And that? And that? Those are the sounds of a healthy and vibrant community. And to this United Way volunteer, nothing sounds better. They're the sounds of children being given greater chances to succeed in school. The sounds of neighbors receiving the support needed to overcome challenges, both big and small. They're the sounds of families gaining access to quality health care and nutritious food for their tables. And they're the sounds of members of our community who've benefited from United Way's financial education programs. See, wherever there's a need in our communities, there's a United Way. People working together to respond and growing the good for everyone. United is the way. So join us by getting involved or giving back. Learn more at unitedway.org.
Talking about guns with others might not always feel comfortable, but it could save a life. Here's a way to start a conversation. Your family is going over to your neighbor's home for dinner for the first time. How would you ask if there are any unlocked guns in the home?
Hey, we're so excited for tonight. Before we come over, may I ask a few questions?
Yeah, of course.
Do you have any pets?
Yes, we have a dog.
Great. Do you have a pool outside?
Nope, just a big old backyard.
Nice. Another question. Are there any unlocked guns in the home?
Our guns are stored securely, locked in a safe that the kids can't access.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Now, let's just talk about what we can bring for dessert.
Learn how to have the conversation at agreetoagree.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the Ad Council.
My name is Erica. My son, Kason, is a patient at Shriners Children. My oldest called me and said Kason got burnt. The trauma doctor came in and said he needs to go to Shriners.
His injury was a big injury, and I think a testament to the care that we provide. He's fully functional. He's riding his dirt bike, doing all of the things that you would want him to do.
We're just so thankful that Kason is still here. Go online right now to loveshriners.org.
Real talent is defined by what people can do, not where they learn to do it. So by stopping at the education section of a resume, you might throw away the perfect hire. Skills First Hiring helps you see talent others miss, like more than 70 million stars, skilled through alternative routes. Let their story unfold and gain a competitive advantage, because hiring managers who start with skills are 60% more likely to find a successful hire. Hire skills first. Learn why at tearthepaperceiling.org. Brought to you by Opportunity at Work and the Ad Council.
We are all for first-time guests and longtime friends. All for First Light and Starlight. For road trips and trail runs. All for mountaintops and monuments. River bends and battlefields. We're all for showing up and giving back. To protect, to preserve, to pass it on. All parks depend on us, and we're all for parks. Join us at nationalparks.org/allforparks.
Hi, human. I'm a micro monster swimming around in your plastic water bottle. But I can't wait to swim in your bloodstream soon.
Microplastics are micro monsters.
Drink me. Wait, what are you doing?
But you can fight back by using glass or metal reusable water bottles.
No!
Don't let microplastic micro monsters invade your body. Find more ways to fight back at stopmicromonsters.org.
Raise your eyes to the sky for a symbol of national pride.
that actually started out as a controversial high school homework assignment. Welcome to the National Day Spotlight for June 16th.
As we wave our banners for National Flag Week, the design of our current 50-star American flag features a brilliant origin story born from a classroom critique. In 1958, a 17-year-old Ohio high school student named Bob Heft anticipated the statehood of Alaska and Hawaii. For a history class project, he spent 12 hours meticulously cutting and stitching a new grid pattern for the 50 stars. His teacher handed the project back with a deflating B- grade, telling him the design lacked creativity. However, Heft boldly sent his prototype directly to the White House, where President Eisenhower personally selected it out of thousands of entries to become our official national banner. This week, display Old Glory outside your home with pride, and never let a critic downsize your biggest ideas. It might be worth extra credit.
You know, I'm betting some of the kids in that class got A's. And what they did doesn't have the standing power that the flag has.
Yeah, it's interesting that teacher gave it a B- grade.
We are also celebrating World Sea Turtle Day and National Fudge Day. I'm Alice Anderson.
And I'm Marlo Anderson with National Day Calendar, reminding you to celebrate every day.
If you're looking for world-class website hosting at a fair price, Pair Networks is your best choice. Founded in the early days of the web and still going strong today, Pair Networks now hosts over 150,000 websites for its demanding customers worldwide. Setting the standards for excellence, Pair Networks has a technical and support staff that's second to none. A highly stable company with top-of-the-line technology, Pair Networks offers total reliability and flexibility for your website, and even a money-back guarantee. Whether you're a professional web designer or a beginner just getting your site online, Pair Networks has a web hosting plan that's right for you. Make the move today. Log on and learn more at pair.com. That's PAIR.com. Pair Networks. World-class web hosting at a fair price. Visit us at pair.com. Pair Networks.
The road to Adelute continues. This time, we sit down with Republican candidates. Vice Speaker Tony Atta and E.J. Calvo. Catch the full conversation that took place on May 5th on the Wave 105's YouTube channel. Stay informed and hear their vision for Guam's future. Wave 105 is a glimpse of Guam radio station. Your island, your conversations, your station, Wave 105.1 FM, Glimpses Media.
105.1 The Wave is the talk of Guam. Keep the day moving right here on Mornings with Patti.
I'm the spark in the room when the bass go boom. I'm the spark in the room, yeah. When the bass go boom. Yeah, feel it, yeah. Big step energy, that's my lane. Drip so clean.
Well, big news of the day.
I swear
However,
those headphones are giving me Cookie Lion vibes.
Really?
It means hard out here for a pimp. Go, just getting Cookie Lion vibes.
I love that song.
Don't you like that?
I love that song. I
Cookie
love that whole
Lion was
movie. I watched that so many times.
She's such a beast. Okay, go ahead.
That was the first time I've ever seen her
Oh,
in a
really?
movie.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Oh, I
the
love
very
Cookie.
first time. That was pretty sad. I mean, good. Yeah.
I like that. Okay.
I'm trying to think of.
Oh, okay.
I'm trying to think of. Oh,
Our
okay.
fundraiser that we have to. I mean, it's not a fundraiser. It's a. What did she say we're calling it? She said we're not calling
It's
it
a
raffle.
Heroes Night, but it is a
Heroes Night,
fundraiser.
But it is a fundraiser.
Yeah,
We
yeah.
said not call it a fundraiser.
Mm.
So we got to think of another name to call it.
I had a
conversation.
No. I was just saying that having a conversation this morning with Kim Santos gave us some opportunity to get into a deeper side of who Steve Ignacio is. She says that she enjoyed him and loved him like a brother. And when you say that about people in your life who are your colleagues, it really does have a much bigger impact on your relationship and just how important it was. I'm going to play you something that actually sounds a lot like Chief Ignacio. Okay. I was sent this video of the chief when he had just won confirmation for his position as chief of police for the Guam Police Department. The comments that I've been receiving all day have been something, but one was that Governor Lou Leongaro said he was one of the most competent cabinet members I've ever had in her administration, which says a lot. And everybody, including those in the media, have said some great things. I want to give you a sort of a glimpse of the kind of guy he was. Well, okay, I'm still playing music from something, but hang on a second. He what on earth? Hang on. I was playing my what do you call it was on just now, and I don't know why it is, but it was playing, so I apologize for that. In a serious note, this would be Chief Ignacio accepting from loved ones and met people in the police department a surprise party that they gave him when he won. God, good Lord. Let me just turn off that I don't know what's going on with my... Yeah, here it is. Okay. Here he is thanking his staff and his family for the surprise party when he won favor from the legislature for the chief of police and his...
Here, to celebrate my confirmation. It's a testament that, we're here to work together, and that this is not my department, this is our department. And we all have a vested interest in making sure that what we do serves our people on our island, but more importantly, that we're here to serve each other and our employees so that we become a successful department. And that's all we ask of each other, is that we respect and be fair to one another, and that we build a department that we can be proud of, and that the community is proud of as well. So to everybody who brought the food and brought the drinks and put this surprise together, thank you much. I'm truly touched. And so let's enjoy each other's company today and always.
Enjoy each other's company today and always were those words, and his thank you to his staff and to his family. That I think are good words to live by in the workplace. We saw a lot of that today, and we continue to hear more about him and his personal life through his family. Police Chief Steve Ignacio, dead at the age of 57. God bless him. 10 o'clock in the morning now. We're going to make some room for this afternoon. Actually, we aren't going to have a Cop Talk program. It isn't because of this. It would be, in fact, because Cop Talk is doing some things that will keep them away from the airwaves until early July. But we've got GCC. Oh, yeah, because Cop Talk was yesterday. No, Cop Talk was today. But we do have GCC. Thanks for the update. We do have GCC. Paulie Suba joining us this afternoon at 2 o'clock across the yard. Dice doing her own thing from 2 o'clock until 6 o'clock this evening as well here on the radio stations of Glimpses of Guam. 10 a.m. is Mornings with Patti. I'm Patti.
I'm Dice.
KGUM-FM and Deddy Do Guam. Have a wonderful day, everybody. We'll see you back here tomorrow. Thanks, guys.
Viva Guam. Thank you, Patti.